Yeah? Okay. Okay. Need a mic. Hello? Hello, super coaches! How are you? I feel like everyone is in a high vibe and does not need any picking up whatsoever. How are you feeling, guys? You made it. You're here. We're here together. Isn't it amazing how we spent all this time together over Zoom? And it's just so nice to be in the same room. So nice. So good to be with you. Such a blessing to be here. I want you to just put this in perspective, right? You could be anywhere in the world right now. Perspective helps. So I want you to cast your minds back to maybe a year ago or a few years ago, your life pre-coaching, okay? So I want you to think about what life was like for you before you ever heard of coaching. Maybe, right now, you would be stuck behind a desk in a job that you kind of hate. Or maybe you would be running a business that totally drains you. Or if it was me about 8 or 9 years ago, and this is a true story, this is how bad my life was pre-coaching, I could quite easily be at an air conditioning and boiler conference in somewhere in the north of England in a dingy Holiday Inn, but instead, I am here with you. So, I know, life could only get better from that point. That was a low point, I have to say. Who is excited about all of the dancing that you're going to do? Excellent. You are going to burn so many calories, so you can basically eat what you want this weekend. Just avoid the funny brownies, because we are in Amsterdam. Who is excited about our amazing speakers? And the thing I know that you're most excited about, and I know this because usually I'm sat pretty much between Tori and Artie, right there, and this is what we talk about, is the thing that you're most excited about is just being together. Is that not right? Being together as a community, being in the same room with people who have witnessed your transformation, people that you've loved back into life, people that you've shared your stories with, probably cried with on occasions. It's so nice. There is this physiological effect that happens when we get to be in the same room as each other. Like, you can feel the vibe, you can feel the energy in your body. So keep that energy, not only this weekend, keep it your whole life. Keep it your whole life. So, I want to tell you a really quick story. 6.5 years ago, I hired a coach for the first ever time. I didn't know anything about coaching. Like, I was clueless. All I knew is that I really needed help. And actually, I just needed someone to talk to. So I hired a coach and had a discovery call with her. Didn't know what a discovery call was. Now I do. And I told her, I want a coach because I feel quite stuck in my business. And because she was a really good coach, and I have to say, she was also Paul McKenna trained in hypnosis, she saw right through my bullshit and helped me so much. I only had a few sessions with her, but that coaching completely and utterly changed my life. That totally changed my life. I had been carrying around baggage from the past for decades, gone. Like, within a couple of sessions, just gone. It set me on a whole new course, a whole new path in life. Like, I'm here, now. Not in a dingy Holiday Inn in Runcorn. And it was so amazing. And I think sometimes we forget the simplicity of coaching and the effect and the impact that it can have on people's lives. And on our third session together, she looked at me, because this is the old days where people actually did coaching in a room together. I know, so old school. And she looked at me and she said, Elisa, have you ever thought about doing coaching? I think you could be really good at it. And I just remember looking at her in some kind of utter disbelief that you could do this for a living. Like, are you kidding? Are you joking? Like, I could do this for a living and get paid for it. That is bonkers. So, guys, I just want you to take a moment just to recognize the blessing, the bounty, the privilege that we have to do this work for a living. Like, this is your job. Is that not a joke? I mean, it's like the best joke ever. This is what you do for a living. And isn't it truly living? Yes. Living your best life. So we have some amazing speakers, as you know, and I'm not going to talk about the speakers because this weekend is not about the speakers. It is about... Who is it about? Exactly. This weekend is 100% about you. It is about you growing. It is about you coming here and becoming someone new. Not like a totally different person that you have to make up, but actually your truest, most expansive, most courageous, most beautiful self, that person that already lives inside of you. It's about becoming them. So, we're going to do a short exercise where you're going to speak to the person next to you or behind you. If you know the person next to you, speak to the person behind you. You're going to tell them your name. You are going to tell them your vision. And you're going to tell them the most courageous thing you've ever done. Okay? So go ahead, do that now, and then we will regroup.
The things that change us, if we notice when we look up sometimes. They said I would never make it, but I was built to break the mold. The only dream that I've been chasing is my own. So I sing a song for the hustlers trading at the bus stop, single mothers waiting on a check to come, young teachers, student doctors, sons on the front line knowing they don't get to run. This goes up to the underdog. Keep on keeping it what you love, and you'll find that someday soon.
Okay. I'm going to have to stop you there, guys. Super coaches. Super speakers. Yeah. Woo! Okay, let's bring it back. Woo! Yeah. Okay. Woo! Let's bring it back, guys. Let's bring it back. Okay. I mean, I did not need to give you any encouragement to talk. It was like the whole room erupted. For the moment I said go, you guys are amazing. Can we have a couple of shares? I would love a couple of people to share. What did you learn? What moved you? What touched you about what you learned from the person that you had a chat with? We've got a couple of mic runners. Just raise your hand if you want to share. I mean, don't all go shy now. Come on. Yeah, there's. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Hello? Okay, this is on. So I was talking to Ursula, and she's not a coach, but she's here to just learn and inspire and grow herself so that she can inspire other people and act from patience and love. That's what you said, right? Yeah. And I think that's, I'm good at listening. It's super inspiring because I believe that even if you're here to grow yourself, but she's doing it for the intention of growing everyone she's in contact with. And that's amazing. So thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. It's funny how the names just become so unimportant. It's like, yeah, I just want to know your story. Oh, yeah.
I would like to introduce Priya. And I was so inspired by Priya because her challenge, and she's overcome it, is her entire life. Coming from a small place in India, being a girl child in India, rising above that, moving to a different city, moving to a different country, following her heart and doing everything that she set out to do, including owning homes, and now she will be more than a super coach. Let's hear it up for Priya.
You should hire her as your publicist. So good. We'll just have one more over here. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I was talking to Nina here, and she told me that the most daring thing that she did is that she drowned twice in her life, and then she dared to swim, learn to swim, which is so inspiring, and kudos to you.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so what you have learned is that each of you is sitting next to someone who is incredibly courageous, like an incredibly amazing person. So you get to see the level, the vibe that is present, that's available in this room. Something, actually, I don't know who knows Coach Kaya. She sat down here in the front. Give her a whoop if you do. Something that Coach Kaya says, which I love, is to keep your feet on the ground and your eyes on the horizon. So everything that you learn from this weekend, thank you, Coach Kaya, everything you learn from this weekend, take it out there in the world and do something with it. You were born, you were created to do something with your gifts and talents. And one of the things that we can do sometimes is outsource our power to the speakers. Don't do that. Come back home to yourself. Remember your own gifts, your own talents. That's what you have to contribute to humanity. And that's what this weekend is about. Have the best time here ever. Party tonight. Have the best time here ever, and then go out in the world and do the thing that only you can do. And with that, Ajit is going to come on and do something else with us.
Hello. Is my mic on? Can you hear me? Is it working? Awesome. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Amsterdam. I hope everybody had breakfast and not the funny kind of breakfast and can pay attention for 35 seconds or more. Yes? All right, perfect, awesome. Yeah, we had the funny breakfast, Ari. My son's here, so if you see my attention wavering, you know it's my son that I'm looking at. All right, first of all, I want to, before we get started on the talks and everything, I wanted to set this event up for you a little bit, as I like to do with my community every single time. The first thing that I want to invite you to is kind of stand up on your feet, get up on your feet, okay? I want you to look towards the person on your left or right. Just make sure you're making eye contact with someone. Look deep in their eyes. Deep in their eyes. And then tell them, I see you. I hear you. I love you. I understand you. All right, cool. And now mean that, okay? Say it again. I see you. I hear you. I love you. I understand you. Among the many friends that you will make this weekend, give each other a hug if that's okay. If that's okay, do that. That is cool. Awesome. As you're standing, we're going to do a trick thing that I always forget to do, and my team kind of hates me for it. Okay? So I'm going to get my phone, and I'm going to take a photo with the group, all right? We're going to look all excited like your lives have been transformed. I know they haven't yet, but we're going to pretend to, because my team needs that photo, you know? That's not life transformed. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Not that look. All right, cool. I'm going to get my phone. We're going to do a selfie. Let's hope I actually pull it off. I have never done this, but I want to. Now, oh my God, what is it trying to tell me? That's not what I'm doing something wrong. Clearly, you can see I'm one of those coaches who doesn't really use his phone very much. As much as I tell you to do it, I don't do it myself. All right, let's see if we can do this, all right? Say 1, 2, 3, go, whoa! Awesome, all right, that's great. Oh, we're gonna do one for Karen? Awesome, amazing. Thank you very much for playing along. All right, the reason why I wanted to tell each other that thing is because that's kind of where we ended last year. So some of you who were like, what the hell is he talking about, because you were not there last year, some of you kind of know what we were doing there. See, one of the classic things that we as coaches or as human beings really need is finally for somebody to be able to see us, to be able to hear what we're really saying, to be able to understand what we're really trying to say. And eventually and essentially, those are all acts of love. Right? What is love but somebody being able to really see us for who we really are? Not for the story they made up, but for the story that we actually lived. What are we? But what is love but being heard in the way that we're actually saying something from the heart of it, not from the language barrier that we might have. And to be understood with everything that has been said. There's a famous story in India. It's called the Ramayana. Anybody knows what that story is? Ramayana or Ramayana for the people who say it. Cool, few of you. I'm going to give you a snippet from that story because it's a profound lesson in learning. So in this story, it's a mythological story. There is this one king. It's a story about two kings in general terms. There's one king, his name is Ravan. And he's a super king. He's like the most educated person in society. He builds one of the most prolific country, most abundant country. People in this country are thriving. He is really successful from the point of view of a king. The reason? Because he's the most learned man there is. He has studied all the Vedas. He's a devotee of this Lord called Lord Shiva. And he's so respected that even the Lord kind of supports that he's one of the most educated person. He's called the Maharishi, which means the ultimate understander of knowledge, right? So he's very, very, very educated. He learns, he studies, he prays, he does all the right things. Right? One day, his sister comes running in, bleeding a little bit, and he goes, hey, what happened? And he said, I met this other king who's in the jungle, and because I said something or did something, he hurt me. And he said, how dare somebody hurt my sister? I'm going to go there. And I'm going to, take revenge on this situation. And as this person's going to take revenge on the situation, he says, and this king has a wife. And I think this wife should be your wife. Because she's the most beautiful person that is on this planet. And you're the greatest king there is. This person goes, maybe, of course, right? And this learned man is so learned that he actually has a flying carriage that carries him to this place. And he goes to this place and he understands that strategy-wise, I don't want to fight this king yet. So he goes, I'm going to create a disguise. He sends some disguises out. So the king is out, his brother is out of the situation, and only the wife is at home. This king kidnaps this wife, takes her back home, and kind of keeps her there. The other king returns and he goes, where's my wife? He figures out that this other king has kidnapped the wife. So he races, he builds his own army made out of, which is called a Vanar Sena, which is basically monkeys, who could talk and speak, and because it's a mythological story. And they all go, and finally this king gets there and chops off the head of this other king and takes back his wife. Now, the point of this story is not, there's many lessons in this story, but the key lesson that you learn is you could be the most educated person. You can take all the knowledge that you want. You can know it intellectually. The king knew intellectually that what he's doing is wrong. But what he did is what really mattered. It's not what you know that matters. It's what you do with it that matters. You'll learn a lot. I'm sure you've learned a lot in life generally. And you'll learn some more this weekend from the stage, off stage, from your friends, from your colleagues. But it's not about what you'll learn. It's what you will do with it that will define your destiny. So my invitation is, through this weekend, through the rest of your life, or as long as you remember this lesson or this story, is ask yourself, great, there is more knowledge, but what am I doing with it? Because if you're not doing with it, or if not doing something right with it, your destiny will change. So your action is way more important than the education that you're going to get. So my invitation for you, as you lean into this day, lean into these days, is to ask yourself always, what is it that I'm taking out of this? What am I learning? And what am I going to bring to my life? Sounds fair? Yes? Amazing. One of the lessons that we have learned is, and I'm sure you as coaches have recognized, and you might have gotten a little feeling of it as we started, is if you want to process all the knowledge that you are getting, you need to embody it. You need to let your body settle into the education, the knowledge, the insight, settle into your body, because that's where your identity is really formed, right? You just telling yourself, I'm confident, doesn't make you confident. You embodying confidence makes you confident. Make sense? Right? So what we have realized is, at least in an event-like scenario like this, a great way to embody any learning is two things. Give space and move your body. Okay? So give space is where we always have breaks. You will say, okay, so we can surrender. Most of the things that we will do, there will be enough speakers to have enough guidance that they will keep space. They will have meditations. I definitely have them, which will help you embody everything that you learn, right? But at the same point of time, what we need is movement, right? And for that, what we do at every Supercoach is we invite a few of your friends. We call them energizers. Energizers, you can come on stage so they can see who you are. Right? These energizers are, you can say, kind of fire starters. They're not the fire. They are the fire starters, right? These are the people that will hop on stage, will find you, will connect with you at different points. But the point of them being there is because they have the cues to get the party started. So we have some movement going for us. The one movement that is, initially when you see it, you'll be like, this is weird. Did I join a cult? No, the cult disappears after this weekend. This is a cult for the next 2 days, maybe. We'll see. But what it is definitely, which you might have done as kids. Anybody did line dancing as kids? How many of you did line dancing as kids? Okay, only a few of you. How many of you danced as children? The rest were you traumatized by your parents while not dancing? You're still carrying that trauma? It's been many years you left the house, eh? So we're going to get you release that trauma at least. So what we're going to do is we're going to play a song, and that song is a default cue for us to get up on our seats or wherever we are and start doing this one dance. Okay, are we open to play? I'll give it a shot. All right, the ones who have done this before already know what's coming next, right? Cool. The ones who haven't done it, don't worry, it'll be awkward and weird first. And by the second day, you'll be like, I don't need to listen to talks, I just want to do my dance. All right? Or at least that's the intention of it. All right, let's get up on our feet. All right. If you already know the dance, tell it to your friends. All right, let's cue the music. This is the song. All right, let's create some space so we don't fall off the stage. All right.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. Room on lock the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, 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 come on. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody sing.
Yes, yeah.
I know, I know. Hello, hello! I told you were going to burn a lot of calories this weekend. You can basically eat whatever you like. Sorry? It is the best audience. Oh, yeah, yeah, totally. This is 4 years worth of practicing the dancing to that song. And had I known that I was going to do that dance and then have to come on and speak, I wouldn't have done it, because now I'm out of breath. So, our first speaker really needs no introduction, but I will introduce him anyway. Something that I was asked is to tell stories about our speakers, not just a bio, because if you are anything like me, and I think everyone is like this, you know when someone is introduced and they give it's all of their creds and what they do, and you don't listen to any of it, you just want them to come on. So, stories are way more interesting. So, our first speaker today is someone that you all know and love. If you don't know him, you probably are in the wrong conference and should be maybe at that boiler and air conditioning one that I would have been in several years ago. The first time, I like to tell this story because it shows growth. I have told it before, so if you've heard it, bear with me. But the first time that I spoke with Ajit was when I did CBC. I was in the first cohort for CBC. Shout out to any of the OG CBCers who are in the room. And I was so nervous. I cannot tell you how frightened I was to put my hand up in this Zoom room, not even a real room, but it's a Zoom room full of all these incredible people. But I really wanted to ask a question. And I know that when I'm really frightened of something, I have to make myself do it. Otherwise, I'll never grow. This has got me into a lot of trouble, by the way. So I put my hand up before I could, before my brain could kick in and tell me not to. And the countdown was coming, each person was asking their question. And when it got to me, by the time it got to me, I was so terrified. I'd worked myself up in some kind of crazy frenzy. My palms were sweating. I didn't even know your palms had sweat glands, but my palms were sweating. And I unmuted myself, and then I shouted this question at Ajit. He must have thought I was an absolute nutter, because I just shouted at him and then immediately put myself on mute. And he was very gracious and very lovely and answered the question. It was super professional. But even though I shouted at him, he still gives me a hug, which is so nice. So I'm not saying to go around shouting at Ajit by any, just don't do that. But he is the person who made this entire thing possible. I remember the first thing I ever did with Mindvalley was Speak and Inspire. And very shortly after that, I started getting emails from this guy called Ajit. And I thought, this looks really interesting. This was the same time that my coach had had that conversation with me about, have you thought about becoming a coach? And then in pops Ajit into my inbox. And just from all that time ago, he has made all of this possible. And I think it just shows the power of having a seed of an idea, just a seed. All you have to do is plant the seed, water it, put it in the sunshine, give your love to it, and it will grow. We don't need to figure out how it's going to grow. The person that plants the seed, he planted this seed and it's grown into this incredible, amazing community. So please give him so much love, so much appreciation. Yeah, that's it. Ah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please take a seat. Thank you. 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 And all the gratitude, all the love. Oh, wow. I didn't see you. I have big face back there. In case you couldn't see me. All right. So, hi. Of course, for the ones who, I'm guessing everybody knows who I am. I don't have to make an introduction, yeah? So I'm Ajit. And today, the first presentation I wanted to make, or the first conversation I wanted to have with you, is a little bit different. And it's a little bit different because it's also inspired by where I am in my life. Because, you see, a lot of you either chose coaching or are choosing coaching or choosing a career in inspiring other people, maybe a speaker, maybe a consultant, whatever version of it that you've chosen for yourself or choosing for yourself, is probably inspired by asking a very interesting question that is very easy in your 20s, really difficult in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and so forth, which is, what's next for me? right? It's a really simple question on the surface, like what's next for me? What's next that I'm creating? What's next that I'm being? What's next? But it's one of those really jarring and kind of self-reflective questions that can throw you in a loop. How many of you are kind of questioning, hey, what's next for me? Right? What am I creating? Who am I being? What am I bringing to the world? And how many of us kind of go, well, that's kind of I don't really know the answer. Anybody, or just me? All right, a few of you at least. Yeah? Everybody else is so clear. That's amazing. You need no coaching. It's an interesting question to ask ourselves as to what's next for me, because there's no straight answer and there's no right answer. And there's no wrong answer either. But it's a good question to ask because it puts us into a state of saying, how do I even know how to find out what's next for me? And then once I do say yes, has anybody who's already answered that question noticed that it immediately puts into this place of, okay, fine, I know what is next for me, but what do I do now? Anybody? Or some of you started doing it, you start doing it, and then you go, seems like whatever I decided was wrong. Right? You feel me? Right? Isn't that so fascinating that we, who are the instruments of change, sometimes struggle to deal with our own change? Right? We train for this stuff. But at the same point of time, when it comes to our stuff, it becomes a little bit of struggle. The most obvious things are not so easy to choose anymore. And what I'm finding interesting is as I am leaning into the next season of what's interesting to me, what am I becoming? For the ones who are not aware, until last year, March of last year, I was running, and it was called EverCoach. It wasn't called Mindvalley Coach. The business was called EverCoach. And we were certifying individuals. We were doing fantastic and so forth. And then we saw an opportunity of bringing two really powerful giants together, calling it Mindvalley Coach. So Mindvalley and EverCoach partnered. We merged into one company. That effectively meant I didn't need to be CEO, which effectively means 90% of my work was not there anymore, right? All I do is train and coach, right? And when you're just training and coaching, well, guess what? You have a lot of time on your hand, even with a large organization, because you're already good at what you do, right? And that created this outstanding space in my life where, while I'm incredibly grateful for all the abundance, all the joy, all the time freedom that I get, I also am struggling because I like all of them on my own terms. When I have too much of it, I don't know what to do with myself. Right? Anybody who has had too much time freedom and kind of realized it's like, after a point, Netflix kind of boring? Right? And Instagram is just a pain in the ass. Right? Right? Or a source of self-doubt. The more I watch, the more I feel less than. Right? And that happened for me. And I was like, what is this? Like, I am in the season of life where I've created what I always wanted to create, it seems like. But at the same point of time, I'm struggling to figure out what I should be doing next. And so I took what we all do. We hire coaches and we self-reflect and we coach ourselves. And I found that there was a moment where me and Neeta were sitting down. Neeta is my wife. She's not at this time. Anybody who doesn't know Neeta is my wife. So whenever I reference Neeta, just know who I'm talking about. Yeah, she's better than me in every aspect, even prettier than me, you know. So me and Neeta were sitting down, and as we were talking, I was like, Neeta, I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. We have the dream house, we have a dream location, we have wonderful kids, we have a wonderful life, we have all the time we can ask for, we have great friends, we are close to family. There is nothing in our life that I can say is not fine. Like, there is nothing in our life where we can complain about. Like, we get to eat what we want, we get to travel where we want, how we want to travel, what we want to do. We have pretty much everything that we could have ever dreamed about our life, and everything is fine. And I realized that was the problem. That is my son. The problem was not that we had everything, or we have everything. The problem is fine. Fine. When everything is fine, there is no juice in life, because everything is kind of fine. Only when you hit plateaus, you realize what plateaus are. All our plateaus are different stages of life. But more fine we hit, we realize fine's actually never fine. Fine is a calling. Fine is a remembrance of saying, get uncomfortable. Do something that's different, that's out of your genius. Something that you should not be comfortable with, even if it by world standards looks really good. Because when you are just fine, you're coasting. You're settling. You've forgotten what being a human being is. See, being a human being is not about reaching a peak. It's about going through that valley. Because there is no joy in a peak if there is no valley. This is making sense until now, right? So I recognize I have a problem with the F word. Fine is what is not fine. Because if you stay in fine, you never reach for that discomfort. You never reach for that discomfort. You never experience the real joy of life. The real joy of life is not to get comfortable. The real joy of life is constantly expanding into the thing that we all were always meant to be. And more often than not, it is about becoming more of you. What I recognize for myself, and hopefully it resonates with you, is it was not about what more I can learn, but how much I can remember. The next training, the next seminar was just becoming, all right, fine, I can learn one more thing. Cool, great tool, awesome. But it wasn't taking me to the next level of me, because the next level of me was in my heart. It was deep in my soul. And for me to go to the next level, I had to go one level deep. And so I said, all right, cool, Ajit, one of the things that you do, and I recommend this to anyone who was struggling, like I was struggling, I still struggle sometimes, but at least I was struggling at that time even more so, is like, if I don't know what to choose, choose something. Right? If you don't know what to choose, just choose something. Because that something will at least inspire you to move. And if you will move, hopefully at some point you will find what you're actually meant to do. See, what had happened a few years ago is I started as a coach. I was a coach 12 years ago when I started the journey, 10 years ago when I started this journey, I was a coach, business coach, life coach. That's what I did in the world. And while I was doing it, I accidentally said, oh, okay, I'm good at training businesses. Maybe I can help my fellow coaches, and created EverCoach. It was a chance business on the side. That wasn't my main career. My career was my coaching career, right? It took off. People loved it. And it took off even more when during COVID, one of my team members said, Ajit, this is the time when people need to get full education. They cannot do just one program at a time. You got to give them full education. You got to give them a certification where they can be immersed, so they can learn your tools and techniques, and they can get outcomes from it. So it was a Hail Mary that we did. Like, Hail Mary, let's start a certification program. Because COVID is about to hit. People are going to need this training. Can we be there for them? We start Certified Business Coach. That's where Alyssa joined us. And many of you joined us. We do Certified Business Coach. It becomes a great success. We launch Certified Hollow Body. Becomes a great success. Certified Life Coach becomes a great success. And 4 years later, I realized I'm certifying 6,000 coaches a year, which is awesome. But I am a coach. I am not a certifier of coaches. That's not the primary intent, but because we were moving in that direction, we got so good at it that, of course, you all are here, right? The method is good enough. It creates enough results for people. It's successful enough that all of you said, yep, I'd like to learn that. It's helping me. It's going to help other people, right? You said yes. But I was a coach first. So my remembrance to myself was, yes, I did great that you created probably the largest certification organization that is out in the world, and of course being recognized also by Mindvalley kind of proves that, and one of the most impressive, clearly, because all of you are here. But in the process, somewhere along the way, I forgot I'm a coach, and I need to go back to that, right? But when you go back, or even if you move forward and choose something, what I found is we are met by three culprits, let's call them that for now, right? And these three culprits may be something that you might be fighting right now as you are choosing what's next for you, or as you're moving towards what's next for you. Would you be open if I shared those with you? Yes? Yes. Amazing. So the first one is what I call self-criticism. Self-criticism. Self-criticism is when every time you take a step forward, because of the response that is happening in that step, you start to go, this is the wrong thing to do. Or you take a step forward and the feedback is not necessarily up to your expectation, and you go, I'm probably doing it all wrong. Let me give you an example. So the other day, we're traveling with my family, right? And I have a 4-year-old. Anybody has ever had a 4-year-old? Yeah. They are very interesting characters. They're the most loving human beings. And when they don't like something, they don't like something. And they especially have no regard for social structure. So my 4-year-old, like my 6-year-old, is a very passionate person with no regard for social structure. If I tell Ari, we are here in the social structure, can you tone it down? He will tone it down. She does not understand that. So the other day, we are at an Airbnb, we're traveling to Chicago, we're having the best time, and she decides that she does not agree with whatever is happening in the house. Doesn't matter what is happening in the house, bless you. Whatever is happening in the house, she just doesn't agree, right? So because she doesn't agree, her default to anything that I'm saying is, no! And I'm like, all right, Isla is her name. All right, Isla, can I hug you? No! I'm like, all right, let's try something else. And this is at an Airbnb, so clearly I'm concerned at this point that people are thinking next door that I don't know if I'm hitting her or something. Like, of course I'm doing nothing, right? And I go, okay, last time when we spoke, you told me when you're in anger, I should just hug you real tight, so I'm gonna go hug you really tight. No! And now I'm hugging her and she's going, no! And I'm going, oh my God, what is this girl doing? This is the tool we agreed to, right? We agree when we are regulated, right? We agreed to it. Now we should practice it when we are not regulated. No! I'm like, okay, and I'm trying everything. I'm trying to be as regulated as I can be. And if you have ever been a parent, you experience what happens at that point in your life. You first thing, you want to strangle them. And why did I make this mistake of having them at the first place? In your head, you don't tell them this, by the way, but in your head, you're like, why did I do this to myself? I was so happy before this. And the second moment, you realize you are a horrible parent because you can't regulate a 4-year-old. And you were supposedly training 6,000 people a year and doing this shit. So that is self-criticism. Right? Thinking that this situation is the definition of if I'm a good parent or not. Instead of thinking this is just a situation that I'm dealing with and I'm figuring it out. Right? And what I found for myself, and I do think might be true for you, is that we take steps towards what we are creating, and because it doesn't meet our expectation, like I didn't meet the expectation of myself as a parent at that time, you don't meet your expectation and you think, I'm not good at this. It's not working, right? We make all the effort, put together that Instagram post, put together our client avatar, post it. Nobody likes it. Or the same 3 friends again. And you go, I'm not good at this. Or you do that coaching session, you're all enthusiastic, you prepared extra hard, and the client just doesn't budge. It's just stuck in their loop. They wouldn't let you even talk. And you go, oh, maybe I'm not a good coach. Right? We let events and moments define the story of our life. And I recognize that if we keep leaning into self-criticism, if we keep telling ourselves these self-critical stories, it becomes impossible for us to move in the direction that we must move. Does that resonate with you guys? Yes? Should I use my slides? You don't need that. Second thing that I saw a tendency for me, and hopefully you may see yourself in it a little bit, is the tendency of self-sabotage. Right? We kind of go, okay, I'm moving, and I am at some place, and then I go, but maybe my money mindset is not right. Right? We create a story, a narrative, or come up with some default feeling or some default setup and sabotage everything that we have done until then. We go, you know what, I've been working on this niche for 6 months, but you know what I'm called to now? This other thing that is really good. My real calling is this thing. Right? Some of you are not amused at all. Some of you are, shut up. Why are you telling my life story? Well, we all do it, right? We all end up creating this self-sabotaging patterns for ourselves because we think that somehow this other thing will allow us to finally be what we've always meant to be. And this self-sabotaging pattern started to occur for myself, and I started to go, why am I switching? I haven't given this enough chance. See, what happens is that most of the time we create self-sabotage because we don't define success. We don't define when will we say what we are doing is the right thing to do. When will we say that this achieves the outcome that we wanted to achieve? When will we say that what path we are on is the right path? And because we have no definition of success, everything is a definition of failure. Does that make sense? If you don't define your success every day, you feel like a failure. And because you feel like a failure, you create a pattern of self-sabotage. You create ways of how I can go 2 steps back. Because when I take 2 steps back, I feel safe. It's easy to switch our niche, right? It's easy to go back into the same relationship. Right? It's easy. It hurts, but it's easy. Right? We create self-sabotaging patterns so we stay in the frame where we always were operating from. Okay? How many of you find yourself self-sabotaging? Oh, all of us. At some level, right? And then comes the third one that tends to create that limitation, or I'm finding myself stopping because of that limitation sometimes. And that's procrastination. Anybody else feel that? You should do what you should do, but you don't do it. I learned a great tool from a friend of mine so last year I turned 40, right? And last year as I turned 40, we decided with my friends, my childhood buddies, we should go do this excursion that is called 29029, which is basically the height of Mount Everest. You don't climb Everest. You climb a different mountain, and you climb and you come down on a gondola, and then you go back up. But basically, overall, you're climbing the height of Mount Everest, which is 29029. So we said, okay, let's sign us up for 29029. We're turning 40. Let's give this gift to ourselves. We're going to go and we're going to climb this thing, and we're going to, feel awesome that at 40 we are so fit or whatever, right? But basically, that was the thing. All right, turn 40, do something crazy. Let's do it, right? And like any responsible 40-year-old, we didn't train. And to make it more interesting, because that's how you do things at 40, we said before we go do 29029, we should hang out. And as you hang out, you end up drinking way too much wine and sleeping really late and eating shit, right? Like you do before you do something that's actually physically very difficult and people train for months for. Because at 40, everything's easy, as you all know, right? At 40 is the easiest age. Body is totally responding to everything you want. So we said, all right, cool, we're going to do 29029, and we do all the crazy things that people do, or people don't do, but we do because we're turning 40, we're celebrating it. So we do all the crazy things, and now we're at the bottom of the mountain. We're like, how are we going to do that? That looks a little hard than what we thought in our minds, that this is actually difficult. This is not a simple trail, like Americans sometimes call a hike, which is just like a trail. And you're like, that's not a hike. It's not, this is a real hike. It has rocks, and you have to climb things. They're like, this is not American way. This is actually climbing. So all right, fine, we're going to do this. And so we start, and the first is still easy. We're like, okay, we had to do it 13 times on the mountain. The first time we do it, easy. All right, we're like, oh, we can rock this out. The first one was so easy. I don't know why people are freaking out. right? And you have to do this in 36 hours, by the way, so it's like also a time-sensitive thing. So we do the first one, we are doing it on time, we're like, all right, great. The second time, we're finding it a little bit hard, still kind of did it on time, a little bit slower, but sure. The third time as we go in, we realize, oh, this is hard. This hurts. And as we are climbing it, and I'm kind of struggling. I'm like, dude, like, I don't know if I can do 13 of these. This is like really difficult. Forget if I can do even the third one. And so my friend next to me says, Ajit, listen, hey, listen, I know this is hard. Here's what I'm telling myself, right? One breath, one step. One breath, one step. One breath, one step. So all I'm focusing is on the breath and the step, so we can take as many steps as we can. It's not about doing 13, it's about taking one step and one breath. Like, sounds like a good tool. Now, we ended up doing 10 of them. We still didn't finish it. But 10 was insane for us. At that level, everybody was kind of like, I don't know why you guys are doing this, because you drank 2 days before and this is in height. Like, what are you doing? So we were really proud of ourselves. You can clap that up. We were really proud of ourselves. Because you're like, we did 10. That was great. With a lot of questioning in the middle as to of our life choices that we have made, which is also why I quit alcohol after that. But one step, one breath. And that kind of reminded me of the tool that we all kind of know, but we kind of forget. Procrastination is because we see of this big outcome that we want to have really far out. And so in this moment, it looks incredibly difficult. But if we just took one step, we took one breath, we don't have to procrastinate, because we're not chasing the outcome, we are chasing the step. It's much easier to chase the step than to chase the big outcome. So what if we, instead of thinking about how great our business is going to be, how much impact we are going to make, and how thousands and thousands of people are going to be in your seminar rooms, we said, how about we take one step? How about we agree to what we are going to actually position ourselves as? How about we take that one step and actually talk to a client? How about we take one step and actually finish what we started? How about one step, one breath? So what if you did that every time you were met with procrastination of everything that you want to do in your life? You said, I'll take one step, I'll take one breath, and that's it. And then let's see what happens. That's what I'm doing now, right? See, what I recognize, what is most present to me right now, is that we are all, as we create something new, there's a lot of fear that inspires all of these things: self-doubt, procrastination, self-sabotage, all of that. Self-criticism comes from a place of fear. There's something that we are scared of so much that we create these scenarios and give it different fancy words. But it's essentially fear, right? And the counter to that I've found is faith. Because you can be fearful or faith, or be faithful about your future. It'll all take a little belief in, right? You're fearful of something because you believe something to be true. You can be faithful of something because you believe something to be true. So the question really becomes, of what are we going to believe in? And nothing is more easier for me to believe, and hopefully easier for you to believe, than we are all loving beings, and that we all came from one source, irrespective of religion, irrespective of what you believe, what you don't believe. Even if you take the Big Bang Theory, which is the latest theory of how we may have come to evolution, it all says we came from nothing. It just happened. Things happened, and then you happened. It's like magic, right? So we all came from nothing or everything, and we became nothing or everything. And if that's the essence, there must be something that bonds us. And to me, that is love. To me, that is that one thing that is very hard to explain, but is present to all of us in one way or another. So I said, if I was to believe in something, what if I just believed in the power of love? What if we just believed that with love, we can be, or are already, everything that we need to be? Because what if everything that is already there, is already present, is just coming on the timeline that it needs to come, and we're just getting in the way? What if we could believe in love? Would we be open to that today? All right. So what we're going to do is I'm going to put you, with your permission, and if you're uncomfortable, you can keep your eyes open. I'm going to put you in a semi-hypnotic state, and I'm going to take you through a process. This process is a meditative process, but it's also a transient process. This is a process that takes you from this world to the other world, in a way. What will be happening in the next 20 minutes or so, or for the next 20 minutes or so, is first, I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. There's a very specific track that's going to play. I'm going to get you a little bit in a semi-hypnotic state, not deep hypnosis. So at any point you feel uncomfortable, open your eyes and you're fine. Don't worry about it. Then I'll ask you to connect to the universe through a white light and connect it to planet Earth at the same time. Once you're connected, I'm going to ask you to bring that energy into your heart center. You're going to expand your heart, and you're going to connect to the universe. And what is the experience is going to be overall for you is first is going to be the experience of feeling tingling sensations, eventually leading to hopefully a full experience of your heart being open and experiencing love energy, not just from because you're always connected to it, but because right now there's about 300-400 people doing it together. So you will feel an elevated version of it. Would you be open to that? Yes? Wonderful. So before we get into that state, what I want to do is I want to make sure our energy is open physically, right? Because physically also it's a big thing. So get up on your feet, feet close together. I hope you guys can see it all the way in the back. All right, and then we're going to open our palms like this. All right, we're going to put it down here, and we're going to open it as much as we can until we start feeling a little tingling sensation in our fingers. Keep expanding, keep expanding, keep expanding. All you're doing is you're opening the energy centers of your palm, because this is where also a lot of the light's going to come through in your body, okay? So open it, let it expand, drop into your heart for a second, feel the energy, feel the tension, feel the little vibration, okay? As that is happening, now open your eyes in case you've closed your eyes, and then what we're going to do is this. All right? We are going to go up and down a couple of times. What really is happening is we are opening all the centers that we can of energy physically in a really quick way, right? This is a physical sensation movement that should be happening post we have done this, right? All we are doing is opening up our body, okay? There's a little Qigong practice that allows for that. All right, cool. How are you feeling? Good? Do you feel a little tingling sensation in your fingertips? Yes? All right, sit down. Okay, now we'll need the track. Close your eyes. Sit down, close your eyes with your palms facing up. Can we get the track, please? Take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. In through your nose, out through your mouth. In through your nose, out through your mouth. With every breath that you take, you find yourself getting more and more relaxed. You see your body relax. I'm going to count you down from 10 to 1. And with every number that I say, you will find different parts of your body relaxing and getting more and more grounded, more and more connected. 10. Relax your feet, your legs. 9. 8. 7. Relax your abdomen, your chest. Relax. 6. Relax. 5. Relax your hands, your shoulders. Relax your neck. 4. Relax your jaw, your face, your eyes. Relax. Relax your head too. Relax. 1. Find yourself completely relaxed through your body. Find yourself completely relaxed in your soul. Relax. 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 As you find yourself completely relaxed, see a white light coming from the universe, from the infinite, through your back of your head, going through your spine, activating your body, engulfing your body, surrounding your body, going through your body. Feel this energy containing you. Feel this energy going through you. Feel it. Feel this energy pulsating from the universe through your body, through the back of your spine, through your hands, through your legs. See this white light coming through your palms to your body, going through your body. Let this energy go through you. Experience this energy. Experience this light. Experience this vibration. Experience this infinite. Experience it. Let it take over you. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Let this white light be you, become you. Let you become this white light. Bring this white light's attention to your heart. Bring it. Let this white light go through your body and go into your heart. Let it fill your heart. This is the energy of love. This is the energy of the infinite. This is the energy of oneness. This is everything that is this universe. Let it fuel your heart. Let it fill your heart. Let it go through your body and build all the attention back into your heart, filling it up with the love, with connectedness, with oneness, with everything that is. Let love from the universe get to your heart, unhinged, Feel that love in your heart. Let the universe connect with you from the infinite with all the love that it has for you. Fill your heart. Bring your attention to your heart as it's full of love, and take that love and start expanding it back to your body. Let that love energy that was transmuted from the infinite to your heart, now take that energy, that love, and send it back to the rest of your body. Let it become an infinite loop of love from the universe back to your body, back to your soul. Feel that love coming from everywhere that is, everything that is known and unknown, from the universe, from the infinite. Let that love in the form of light come to you, connect to your heart, and become your body. Experience that love through your body. Experience that love flowing from the infinite to you through your body. Feel the love. Feel this energy. Experience this energy. Become this energy. Experience the infinite. That is you. Experience the love. Experience it. Feel it. Be it. Become it. Become the infinite. Become love. You may notice that you have so much love coming from infinite that it cannot be contained in your body. So expand. Expand all this love energy beyond your body to the people that are around you. Experience the expansion of all that love energy beyond the people around you to this room. Keep expanding. Expand that energy beyond the room to this city. Keep expanding. See this love energy, this infinite source connection that you have going beyond the city to the country, to the continent, to this planet. Surround all that love that you have, this planet, with all the love that you have. Keep expanding. There is no limit. Keep expanding. What you may notice is that this love energy that you were getting from the infinite is so infinite that it can go beyond the planet. It can go to this solar system. For all beings that we know and we don't know, it can surround this solar system, this galaxy, hell, this universe. Keep expanding. Expand the love. See yourself in oneness with this universe. Keep expanding. Keep expanding. Feel the vastness of this universe. Feel the vastness of all this love. Feel the vastness of you. Feel it. Feel becoming one with the infinite. Feel expanding to be infinite. Feel the connection from the infinite coming to you and through you connecting back to the infinite, creating an infinite loop of love. Anchor this feeling of you and infinite bonded together through an infinite loop. Feel this feeling in your body, in your soul, in your experience, in your mind. Know this feeling, experience this feeling, know that you are always connected. This experience is ever present. You are always one with the universe. You're always bonded by love with the universe. You can be love. You are love. In your infinite being, in your infinite energy, you are an expression of love. Anchor this feeling. Feel this feeling. Remember this feeling. This is your soul. This is your calling. This is you. Infinite love. Remember this feeling and remember that you can go back to this feeling anytime, every time, all the time. Smile. Smile for the love that you experienced. Smile for the memory of love that you are. Remember that you are love. Remember that you were always love. Remember that love is not contained by a day, an hour, a minute. It is infinite. It is omnipresent. It is with you at all times, in all situations. that you can always choose love. You can always choose love. As you remember this experience, I want you to notice through the day if you can experience acts of love, signs of love towards you, through you. If you can be more, a little bit more of love, if you could look for signs you can see of love around you, that today somehow you get to experience a little bit more love. Look for it. And as I count you up, you can open your eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Eyes open, wide awake. Welcome back. Feeling a little loving? Yes. Feeling a little loving or still need a minute to come back? Need a minute to come back? All right, take that sip of water, bring that smile back on. Beautiful, beautiful. It was beautiful to watch you all being in that state and experience it fully. So thank you for playing along. Now, before I get Alyssa back on stage, I wanna remind you of why this is important. Why this memory, why this remembrance, what am I really trying to anchor? What are we really trying to anchor? Is that life is always going to be interesting, right? There will be those things that make it interesting. The valleys make it interesting. The challenges make it interesting, because why would that not be the case, right? Why would universe not give you challenges? Like those are invitations for growth, right? Those are invitations to say, hey, maybe we can be a little better, right? And so when life is not giving us challenges, maybe we need to ask that, are we really growing? Are we really taking the invitation? Or are we ignoring them? And what I also want to invite us to always remember is that irrespective of what life is giving us or presenting to us, we always have this ultimate connection, this beautiful connection, the ultimate hack, the ultimate strategy, that can just be love. That we don't need to know more. We just need to be more. That we don't need some new tool, trick, or strategy, that we just need to be a little bit more loving. What if that was all we needed this weekend and for the rest of our life? That what if we could be just more loving, not just to the world outside, but to ourselves? What if we could operate from a place of love, be a little kinder to ourselves, be a little gentle, and not judge ourselves so much? Could that be the play? Could that be how we were meant to express everything that we are already? Could be, right? So I'll leave you with that question that I started with. What's your next plan? What's your next step? What's your next move? Right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
I know everyone is feeling a lot of love, and I know that you're going to have so much love for this lady right here. I want to say two things. Two things. Fran is quite literally the embodiment of love. She is the Mindvalley mummy. Is she not our mummy? Yeah. And she says yummy a lot and does this, right? Yummy. So that makes her a yummy mummy. She is our yummy mummy of Mindvalley. We love her so much. She is the best. Love you.
Full just by being in your presence. So thank you so much for saying yes to being here today. And I'm going to talk about my very favorite topic, which is self-love. And as coaches, I don't know if you can agree with this, but when we start in the career of coaching, we usually come from, the other boring life, normal life, when we're doing accountant or business or something, and then we see this career of coaching filled with unicorns and stars and possibilities, and we're going to change the world, and we're like, I want to do that. So we start this career, and I don't think I can jump or dance as much as I want because I will lose the microphone, but anyways, we start this career, and we go from a 9 to 5, where we have a perfect structure and somebody telling us what to do, to this amazing career of changing the world. And it feels so expansive and beautiful. And we see the butterflies going around. And we're like, I'm part of this movement. But then, it's like, how do you do that? So in this career of saying, I don't want to be in corporate America, it feels so tiny. And I want to go and be a coach. But I don't know how to structure this because I want freedom. So I just grab my schedule and I kick it. And then, since I want to save the world and I want to change it, we are on all of the time. Who here feels like they're on all the time? And we start to say yes to everybody because that is my mission. So, of course, you want to call with me. I am so tired. I haven't slept in 2 weeks, but yes, let me help you. Oh, you live in Australia. I live in Costa Rica, but no worries. I will get up at 3 a.m. in the morning because this is my mission. Yeah? And we're constantly doing and doing and doing more and worrying more. And we feel like if we don't give more, we might not be able to create this transformation. Who feels this way? And then also, don't forget that we also have to do the personal growth. So besides doing everything that you're doing, you also have to wake up and meditate and breathe and envision, right? So my invitation today is to give yourselves a break. And that practice that Ajit did with us today about love, to give some of that to you. Especially you, the coach. Because we're going to be working with a lot of people. We're going to hold a lot of people. And we have to start inside out. We cannot give what we don't have. So today I'm going to give you a mini honeymoon with yourself. That is my thing. And I'm going to show you how you can start loving yourself more so everything that is born within you and from you can really elevate others. And I think that this is pretty clear, but I'm just going to go through this really fast. Self-love is the base of a successful coaching business. This is what is going to support you, the coach, and if you are not okay, then your coaching business is not okay. And the first thing that self-love does is it gives you that clarity and focus. And sometimes when we start, we go around and we want to help, but I want to help everybody. And I go on social media and I see what you're doing and I love it and I love your post, so I'm going to do some of that. But then I go on another social media and I like what you're doing, so I'm going to do some of that. And I change my offer. Have you ever done one offer and then changed it the other day just because you saw something similar? So self-love allows you to go within and start to explore, who am I? What do I want to share? What makes my heart sing? And we'll go deeper into that in just a moment. Clarity and focus. So in summary, it makes things easy for you. The second thing that is so important is it gives you emotional resilience because you're going to be holding another human being through the lows and the ups and the beautiful and sometimes the ugly. And in order to be able to really hold another human, you need to be emotionally resilient. You need to really fill your cup. The third thing that self-love does for your business is it gives you sustained energy. Because we can go all in, maybe for a weekend, and push ourselves or hustle through it. But coaching is not a one-time thing, or at least I haven't seen a coach that will give you a happy pill or a let's do it pill and fix something. Coaching is meant to be a profession that is enjoyed for life. What we're doing, don't tell anybody else outside this room, but we have the coolest career in the planet. We do. We work with dreamers. We work with possibilities. We work with heart. How amazing is that? But in order to make it sustainable, we need to start with taking care of ourselves. And this is a kind of typo. I was saying it in my head in Spanish, and it sounded so well. But I wanted to talk about the fourth part, which is authenticity and presence. So imagine it in Spanish and don't see the typo, okay? But you have to be you. You have to be you. Nobody else has your story. Nobody else wants to hear a cookie cutter, 1, 2, 3, follow these steps kind of coach. That's boring. And that is what AI is going to be fantastic for. You're not AI. So self-love, once you go in, then you're able to know who you are and share that. And that is delicious. Okay? And sounds amazing. Now we know that self-love is something that we want. Yes? Is it going to help our businesses as well and all of the people that we impact? Amazing. How do we do that? How do we do that? And I've shared this with you in class and in other years as well, that I was not always this happy, super positive woman that you see here. And if you ask my kids during their teenage years, they will say that at that time either. I went through burnout. I was a yes woman. I was the superwoman, the super mama. I'm Latin American mom, so that comes in my veins as well, that I want to fix the world. And I burnt out. Really, really, really bad. And ever since I was a little girl, I've always liked to talk to people. Always. I've always liked relating. So this is my dream job. And the day that somebody came forward and they wanted to talk to me, and I said, I don't want to see people, my mother went like, uh-oh, something's wrong. I was burnt. And when I went to the other side of the world to start a personal honeymoon with me, for 1 entire month, I learned 3 things that changed my life right then and forever. And those are the 3 things that I'm going to share with you today. So get into your honeymoon energetic suit and let's take a trip together. The first thing I learned is to be kind to yourself. Because we're so loving and wonderful to everybody else, and we say, how much I believe in you. You got this. Let's do it. I know you can. But then when it comes to our inner talk, sometimes we're not so nice. I'm not ready. Are you really going to put that out there? What a loser. Have you heard what you put out there? I mean, review it. Who here has questioned yourself? Yeah. So lesson number 1, be kind to yourself. See that inner talk like just imagine when you look in the mirror that you're talking to your best friend. to somebody that you really love, how would you talk to somebody that you really love? And go to a mirror and do that with yourself. I don't know what that is black. I don't know what I did. I'm not techie either, but anyways. I'm going to tell you a story about this woman that learned how to be nice to herself. And we were in this big event, and as you can see, I have an accent, thank goodness. I'm Latin, I have an accent. I dance around the stage, even when the photographers say, please stay put. And I'm not perfect. We are not, none of us are perfect. So I go on stage in this event where everybody looked like a Barbie. Everybody was 90 pounds, like supermodels. And then I come there too. And in the break, this woman comes to talk to me, and she's like, oh my God, I'm so inspired. Out of all of these speakers, you're the one with an accent, and you are not as young as anybody, as everybody else, and you look a little bit more generously, distributed. Basically, she called me fat, old, and with an accent. But it's okay. But what she said is like, oh my God, and I was so scared after seeing all of those supermodels, and then I see you, and I'm like, I can do that. And I'm like, after being a little bit insulted, I said, thank you. And I said, what is your biggest dream? And she says, go on stage. And I'm like, let's go. And she starts to shake. And I'm like, honey, you're talking to me right here. The stage is one step. And she starts to shake so bad. So I just said, close your eyes for a moment. And I grab her hand and I take her on stage. And I took care that she didn't fall. And she just closed her eyes. And I'm like, if you're able to tell people something that you want to say, what is that? And she says, that I matter, that my story is important, that I matter. She opens her eyes, the entire room gets up on their feet, and they start clapping. And that is the moment that changed everything for her. It wasn't me. She changed her inner talk, and she opened the door for herself. And after that moment, she already went on stage. She's a speaker. She shares her story. That was it. So, it'll be nice. And we're going to do a little play. I like to play. This is my thing. So, who here has stopped yourself from doing something because you have a label? I am not a speaker. I am not an author. I am just a mother. I am just a woman. I am just a man. I am too old, too young, too whatever. So I just want you to turn to the person that is right next to you, left or right, I don't know, whoever is next to you, and I want you just for 1 minute to take a look in their eyes, and I want you to see them without speaking, please. We are just going to take 1 minute, and I want you to look at the person's eyes and send them imaginary love. Let them know energetically how much you believe in them, in the human that they are, and you can give the message that you want. You're worth it. I see you. I see you. Just send energetic love. just by who they are. Amazing. Okay, you can thank one another. Yeah. And let's come back to the room. Yeah. Let's come back to the room. And this really simple exercise, when you saw the person, when you connected to the person, did you think that was the most beautiful being you've ever seen when you saw those eyes? Did you care about their labels or what they're doing, how much money they're making, how many followers? Did you care in that moment that you were seeing that person? No. Mock it out. No, mentira. Let's focus on that. The second thing I learned in my personal honeymoon was to live in the now, to be present. Because we cannot change what already happened. We cannot live in there. And we cannot predict the future. And as coaches, we are sometimes talking to a client and then thinking about, I have to send the email, update my website, call the next client, right? And then we're not here. We're not here. And in coaching, presence is a must in humanity in general, but in coaching, I mean, times 10. We have to be present to another human being. That is the magic of coaching. So living in the now, and poor Ajit, he had the hardest time, but he really helped me to understand this concept because I rarely lived in the now. I was always thinking about the next thing, and if I was not working, I was thinking about my kids and the house and the other thing, and I have to pick them up, and I have to do homeworks, always in a million things. And when we're able to be present, that is the only moment that we can actually notice the gifts that the universe has for us. Have you ever gone eating with friends and everybody comes to the table and takes out their phone? We have a lot of trouble being present. So I want to share a story about presence. Last year, I went on a honeymoon with myself to Italy for 1 month to learn Italian. I don't speak it that well, but there we are. And my sister came with my nephew for like a week. And it was the first time that my sister came to Italy. So, of course, she wanted to do all the touristy thing. We went to the Tower of Pisa, to the center of Florence, to San Gimignano, to the wine tours, everything. You see those tours that take 12 hours? And you get on the bus, off the bus, go, taste, smile, take a photo, and continue to the next thing. And then at the end of the day, you're like this, you cannot rest. Like that. And by the last day of her, after taking a million pictures and doing everything else in the to-do list, in the what do you do in Italy to-do list, I told her, I just need a minute. So I get out of our apartment and I asked to the universe, please show me a gift. So I see this old building right across the street. I get into the building. I wasn't really sure it was a hotel, but it looks like a nice place. So I'm Latin, so you can be excused. I just go in, and the guy says, are you going to the rooftop? And I'm like, sí. It was like a private party thing, but if you act the part, you get in. And I see all of the people talking to one another, and they were just having so much fun, and I go in. And they were all having this conversation, so I am feeling a little bit uncomfortable. I am the only one by myself, and in Italy, that is like a sin. But anyways, and they were on their phones and just so many things going on. And I see this lady sitting by herself, so I'm like, can I sit with you? And she's like, come. We're speaking about everything, and you can hear the loud hum of the restaurant. And then this golden thing, I start to see a speck of gold magic in the mountains, and I'm like, oh, wow. And then you heard the entire restaurant went from whoosh to just quiet. And I have seen the sunset in Costa Rica many, many times. It's very pretty, but it's the sun going down. And it was like the sun was going out of the mountain, and it was 9:30 p.m. So for me, I was so impressed. And they told me it was the super moon, which I never knew it existed. But for just a few moments, as we saw this beautiful moon, we stopped to think about a million things, and we just saw that. And everybody in the restaurant stopped being on social media and on other things, got quiet, and we all shared the beautiful awe of receiving a gift. And that presence is a gift for you, and it's one of the most beautiful gifts that you can give the humans that you're helping. So presence. And we're going to do just, again, a few seconds. It says 1 minute, but we have to do it even faster because we're present. No mentiras, I'm kidding. Presence. Okay, so if you are doing anything in your life, if you're in the bank, if you're running around, you can get present in 1 minute. And we're going to do that practice first. Take a deep breath. And when we breathe softly, we are telling our nervous system, you're safe. Then we can place a hand on our heart or our belly and just focus on that delicious energy for a bit. You can keep breathing. And then we're going to set an intention. What is that anchor, that one word that I want to embody right now? Calm, clarity, presence. Just one word. Embody that. And finally, align. And you just repeat to yourself, I am here. I am enough. Take a deep breath. Open our eyes. Do you feel more present? You have to say yes because it's recorded, I mean, really. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. One more lesson. I'm almost done. I see you're hungry. The next lesson, and this is my favorite lesson in the planet. Find what makes your heart sing. I'm going to take the shoes because that makes my heart sing in this moment. We have one life. We don't know if we're going to live for many years thanks to longevity and biohacking things, or we don't know if we're going to go tomorrow. We don't know. So make the most out of your life. And we were not born in this planet. Do you know how difficult it is for us to make sure that everything aligns so that you were born? You were not born just to complete a to-do list or to pay the bills. Don't stop doing that, because if not, you will lose your house and all, and it will be a problem. But be human. And we know how to do this as kids. If you go and see any child, like this beautiful boy over here, you will remember that we know how to play. We know how to play. We know how to be. And yet, We open our eyes in the morning and we are in go mode. And the website and the other thing, we don't take a moment to play. And yes, to personal growth, and you also have to continue learning, and this is part of being a coach, and it's all very pretty. But have some fun in the process as well. This is me. Last year, as I told you, I went to Italy. For all of my life, my name is Francesca. My family is Italian many generations ago. I don't speak Italian, but I always wanted to learn. And the only way that I could speak Italian before was because I had a couple of glasses of wine, and I don't know what happened. I just used more hands and do the faces, and somehow magically people are like, wow. But I wanted to learn real Italian. There was no agenda, no goal, only because Italian language makes me happy. Somebody can say in Italian, I'm going to take out the trash, and I would say, yes. And I'm like, dude, what if I could actually learn it for myself? So I went to Italy, and I enrolled into an Italian school for 1 entire month. Y allora io posso parlare un po' da italiano. And that is about it. Gracias. Grazie. And I did it exclusively because it made my heart sing. I woke up in the morning. I woke up in the morning and I was like, "Hi, pretty." I was talking to me in the mirror. "Hi, pretty. What would you like to eat right now for breakfast?" And I would say to myself, "Gelato." And I would say to myself, "Let's go." I put in it a couple of pounds, but I was so incredibly happy that who cares? So find something that makes your heart sing. Find something and do something without any secondary goal, just because it makes you happy. And what that does is that it raises your vibration. It is like putting yummy spice in everything else that you do. Because if all you're doing is in the computer or just doing your to-do list and completing your to-do things, and you don't put yummy spice, it's boring. Okay? So find that. And to close this self-love, I want you to embody this. And I want you to stand up, and we're going to embody the self-love. You're going to close your eyes. You're going to give yourself a delicious, nurturing hug. You're going to remind yourself that you matter, that you are loved, that you are going to give yourself the same love, attention, focus that you give everybody else in your life. And I want you to take a moment to say to yourself those phrases, those words, that energy that you wish somebody else had said to you. And maybe it didn't come at the moment, but you can say it to yourself. And with your hand on your heart, I want you to embody that phrase that you needed to hear. I am loved. I am joy. I am abundance. I am expansion. I am play. I am one with the universe. I am me. The world needs to hear my voice and my story. I am love. I am connection. And let's ask for the universe to allow any message, all of the most beautiful energy that it wants to flow through us. And just imagine that you're receiving this in the crown chakra, and anything that the universe wants to share with the world can flow through you so you can share with others. And let's accept all of the gifts and the messages that you need to receive to be shared with others. And so it is. And another hug to yourself. Let's open our eyes. And we're going to be on the lookout for this next week that we're going to be together. A feeling, a hunch, a connection. Allow the universe to show you what is next for you. Okay? Deal? Yeah. Awesome. And, gracias, putting my shoes. Before we go to lunch, we have a lot of familiar faces that it's part of the, people call us a cult, but we're not a cult, we're just very huggy. But I see new faces, and I see faces of people that I have seen many, many times. Before you go to lunch, I know that we are always with our group of friends, and as Ajit says, let's step out of the comfort zone. So, for lunch, look out for somebody that you don't know, somebody that you've never met, and invite that person out for lunch. And connect. Find something about somebody like you do in a coaching session. Connect. And there are many of you who didn't came with anybody. So go see them. And for all those of you who feel like a little bit shy, you know who I'm talking about. You were on Zoom, and even when I said raise your hand, you never did. For those of you, take a step forward, connect, and let's get curious about other humans. Okay? And with that, just remember how much you matter, how much you are some of the luckiest people in the world to be here. So let's grab this energy and share it with the world. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will see you after lunch. Thank you. I'm going to leave.
Oh, you are the best. You are the best. What an incredibly rich morning. I mean, rich. That was so full. Make a noise if your heart is full right now. Now make a really weird noise if your heart is full. Okay, great. Okay, so now it is lunchtime, so it's time to get your belly full. Not too full though, okay, and also no funny brownies, because we want you to make it back here. Come back at 1:30. It will start at 1:30, so make sure you are in your chair, ready to dance, ready to burn off some calories that you have consumed, ready to have an incredible afternoon. Love you guys. Have the best lunch.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. All through my city, all through my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, 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 come on. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say. I can't stop the feeling. Oh, no, I can't stop the feeling. I can't stop the feeling in my body. Break it down. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body.
Well done. Congratulations.
After eating, how does it feel? Shaking up all those juices in your belly. And I'm out of breath. I need to take our next speaker's program. How are we? How is everyone? Feeling good? Are you feeling good? Excellent, excellent. So, our next speaker has 4 programs on Mindvalley. 4. Okay, so we are talking extraordinary, high quality, amazing person that's about to come on stage. One of Eric's programs is Wild Fit. Hands up if you've done Wild Fit. Awesome, awesome. He's also like the most ludicrously incredible business person who's worked in Hollywood and military R&D and all sorts. He's like the man that's done it all and keeps doing things, which is such an inspiration for all of us. He's going to be speaking to us about how to use our voice to really serve and empower others and really make a difference in the world. So please give Eric a huge round of applause.
Whenever I walk on stage like that and people do that, I'm always blown away, but I want to take a video of it, and then I want to send it back to me in high school and go, dude, it's going to be okay. How are you? So, coaches. So I want to share some things with you today that I think can dramatically uplift your coaching business. And what I mean by that is allow you to help more people. Does it sound good? It strikes me that there are three really powerful principles in marketing and coaching practice. Three. I mean, there's many more. Three that I think is to make sure that your microphone works. The one is you. People have to want to learn from you. They have to want to be inspired by you. You guys see Harry Met Sally? Yeah, Sally says, I don't think you can tell when I'm faking. And she does her whole simulation. What did the table over there say? I'll have what she's having, right? She is demonstrating the results that they're looking for in life. So I believe that the number one key to marketing yourself as an effective coach is to be the change that you're seeking to inspire in others. That's the first thing. Aspire to a higher. Your example is what will inspire them to want to change. Does it make sense? All right. Then the next most powerful form of marketing as a coach is the results you get for others. The results you get for others. Every time. Can I have a handheld? I'm going to switch to this. Is that better? Some of you prefer that anyway. The second, oh well. The second principle is, of course, the better results you're able to get for your clients, the better marketing that is. As an example, in WildFit, many of you will notice that in the final weeks of WildFit, we're like, please don't go talk to your friends about this. Doesn't that seem strange that we say that? It does. We like to take it easy. Don't go and push this on people. And the reason we say that is that, well, you know the whole expression of like, how can you tell when somebody's an iPhone user? You don't have to. They'll tell you, you know? And so we didn't want that. We didn't want that happening. So we wanted to soften that. We wanted the results to speak for themselves. And by the way, they do, because then we poll our clients, and it turns out that WildFit clients in the 30 days following the program will speak to 35 people about WildFit. And we've asked them not to. But people are asking because their behaviors have changed, and because their bodies have changed, and because their faces have changed. How many have had that experience, right? So the second absolute key to marketing a coaching practice really, really effectively is get results for people. Really facilitate change, and that will turn into phenomenal marketing for you. The third is to be able to express yourself, to be able to stand in front of an audience, to be able to stand in front of a camera and express yourself. To be able to create attraction, to be able to push charisma into a room, to be able to move people and inspire them using the single best form of education and training that has ever been developed, and that is storytelling and public speaking. The challenge is that some of you are very comfortable with it and some of you are not. Can I see the hands of people, and don't raise your hands just yet. Raise your hands if you are so comfortable with public speaking that I could walk down there right now, I could hand you the microphone and say, look, I gotta go to the bathroom. Could you just entertain them for 10 minutes? There's some of you that are ready to do that. How many? Okay, and half of them shouldn't feel that way. Half of them shouldn't. I don't know which half. But some of them have a lot of confidence and not a lot of skills. Is it true? Right? Now, there's another group of people that if I told them yesterday that they had to come and help me out for 15 minutes on stage, that they would have got a bit nervous about it, it would have affected their sleep a little bit, but they would have ultimately agreed to do it, and they would have been excited and nervous about it together. How many are in that category? There you go. Excellent. And then there's another group that if I asked them to do it, they would have said, no, not ready. I need more time to prepare. Who's in that category? And there's another group that are thinking of leaving the room because I'm talking about this. You can see they're sliding lower into their chairs already. They think they can hide. I see you. And that is why this time I really did put envelopes under the chairs. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to check. And if you've got one, you're on your way up here. Wait, don't check yet. Hey. And when I tell you to check, you're going to check. And if you have an envelope, do not open it. You walk up here, you walk up on the stage, you come up with me. And then when I give you the microphone, you're going to tear open the envelope. And you're going to see the word, 2 words and a question. And then when you see it, you're going to speak for 3 minutes on that topic. And if you fail to do so, you're just going to be stared at for 3 minutes. So, all right, go ahead and check. Once again, there are no envelopes. There are no envelopes. But I'm telling you now, some of you have been through this with me twice this week. Do not get comfortable. There are often envelopes. Now, the reason I like to do that exercise is what I want to communicate with you is that the single biggest professional uplift that you or anyone in the world can create for themselves is to become an effective and confident communicator. Done. It is the multiplier. I'm going to give you an example. If you are in corporate America, if you are taller, you make more money. Did you know that? It's like measured by inch by inch by inch. You make slightly more money. That's not to say that, vertically challenged people can't make a lot of money. They can do it. I mean, look, somebody's an NBA fan. How tall was Spud Webb? 5'8". 5'8". That's like, he's just slightly taller than Tom Cruise. 5'8". And he would win the dunking competitions and so on. So being tall is an advantage, but being small is not a sentence. So what is the difference between somebody who's taller and smaller? Well, one of them is that when somebody's a tiny bit taller, they just seem more confident. It's the strangest thing. Now, the income uplift inch by inch by inch, it's very small, and you can only observe it by looking across the whole population. But what I want you to know is the person who can speak, they may as well grow 10 feet for the impact that it can have on their income. If you're an orthopedic surgeon, and you cannot speak, you will do well. You'll do well. But if you can speak, you will change everything. You'll be invited to medical conferences around the world. People will pay a premium to book your surgery over somebody else's. You will celebritize yourself. Humans have a fundamental attraction for people who draw attention. If the example I used the other day, some of you might remember, is if you're sitting around my fire, my prehistoric fire, and I share a story, and that story is engaging and entertaining, but more than that, it teaches you a life lesson, and then a week later, that life lesson saves your life, whose fire are you sitting around for the rest of your life? My fire. And then when you walk into camp and you look at all the different fires you can choose from, and one fire has 2 people, and this fire has 4 people, but that fire's got 26 people crammed around it, leaning in and listening. Which fire do you want to be sitting at? There's a Frites place across the street. I talked about it the other day. I didn't realize it's the one. It's right here. It has a sign outside. It says, voted #1 Frites. French fries. Freedom fries, if you're American. #1 Frites place. The sign means nothing. It's not going to make anybody walk in there. The sign itself won't do it. But you know what's fascinating? Yesterday, we walked out of here, out onto the street, and there was a lineup of people. There's a Frites place on every corner in Amsterdam, usually located quite close to a coffee shop. There's a Frites place everywhere. But this one has a huge lineup outside of it. Even I'm curious. So if many people are in your room, If many people are watching your videos, if many people are giving you attention, that is one of the most powerful forms of marketing you could ever create. Is it true? So the challenge, of course, is that some of you are super comfortable and some of you are not, and I want to address that a little bit. I'm going to share something so powerful with you about speaking, and I know some of you have heard me speak about this already. I want you to hear it again. You were not a natural-born golfer. You were not. Every now and again, you know, somebody comes along and they seem to have some natural-born golf skills, but they still have to learn a bunch of skills, and it's going to take years to develop those skills. Nobody is born immediately able to play the piano, right? Like, they got to learn the notes, they got to learn the keys and all that kind of stuff. So if you take somebody who's had no golf lessons or no piano lessons, and then you give them 3 glasses of wine, do they suddenly become a good golfer or piano player? Clearly not. Clearly not. She's had her 3 glasses. But on the other hand, if you take the average person who's never had public speaking training of any kind, and you give them 2 to maybe 3 glasses of wine, do they instantly become a better storyteller? Interesting. And that's because it is not a skill that you need to learn. It is a skill you need to unleash. It was always already present to you. You were born with it. It is part of you, but then your parents, your teachers, and your society frightened it out of you. And if you challenge this notion, I ask you to get on any plane with any 2-year-old. That 2-year-old is not afraid of public speaking. You wish they were, but they're not. And so I want to put to you that any nerves you have about this, they're learned responses, and they're not real. They're not real. And then what makes it worse is that you have people come up on stage and go, well, I'm really nervous to be here. And they either say it with their words or they show you with their body. And then the problem with that is that later on, they did a good job. You walk up to them and you go, oh my God, that was amazing. And they go, bullshit. Because they know that by showing the nerves, they have asked for your sympathy. We all went through this in school. The example I used the other day, and I saw this at my daughter's school, 4 kids, presentation day, lined up on stage. And you guys, some of you did this exercise with me. Do it again. I am kid number 1, kid number 2, kid number 3. And I want you to give me the appropriate applause based on what I say. So I'm kid number 1, and I know my lines, and I deliver my lines confidently and perfectly. Applause, please. I am kid number 2, and I also have rehearsed, and I enunciate clearly, and I get my way through it, and I've got good posture, and I deliver well. Thank you. Kid number 3. I'm terrified. I'm shaking. I don't know if I'm going to remember. But I work my way through it. And I get to the last line, and I get the line out, and I finish. Thank you. And that child learns that in order to get love, I need to make everything look harder than it really is. And so do the children beside him learn that lesson. They're like, I did it perfectly, and I didn't get that. And so do the children in the audience watch that pattern consciously or unconsciously. And that's why this is how your husband carries out the garbage. I want you to know something. I don't know if you guys get this whole gender difference thing. Like, on the average, we're a lot stronger. And, like, I know it's heavy for you. For us, it isn't. I mean, we can pick it up with 2 fingers. We're lying. But we've learned that if we make it look harder than it really is, we'll get more praise, we'll get more reward, we'll get more love. And so I want you to know that your nervousness on stage is a learned and inauthentic response. It's not real. It feels very real to you, but it's not. And here's why it feels so real. Because the emotion that you're supposed to be feeling whenever you have the chance to share, to inspire, to motivate, to transform, the emotion you're supposed to be feeling is excitement. And here's the kicker. Every emotion that we describe is distinct. You're coaches, you get it. You can watch it on somebody's face. You can see if they're angry. You can see if you've frustrated them. You can see if they're overwhelmed. You can recognize these patterns. You can see the emotional state they're in. But try to tell me, that is, the difference between two people, one nervous and one excited. What's the physiological difference? Both of their palms are sweaty. Both of their bellies are vibrating. Both of their foreheads are sweaty. They are in the same state. There is only one difference, and that is the image or the expectation they hold in their mind of the outcome. That's it. If you are nervous about something amazing, you're excited. If you're excited about something scary, you're nervous. And so because it's such a tiny little shift, here's what's going on. You learn in school, make it look harder than it really is, and then you confuse excitement with nervousness, and at some even unconscious level, you acted more nervous than you really were. You got the love and the support that you were supposed to get, and you learned that as part of your strategy. And it can be unlearned. And the sooner you unlearn it, the sooner you unleash yourself. Does this make sense? So I want you to know that that can happen in a heartbeat moment, and one of the things you can do right now to change it is follow this process. 1, breathe. Breathe, just breathe. When you breathe deeply, you tell the cells of your body that you're safe. Here's why. When animals are in danger, they breathe very quietly. Prey breathing. But when animals are relaxed and feeling comfortable, they breathe properly. They push the breath out. So when you take a big breath, when you're like, you tell your cells you're okay. Guys, for those of you, I'm sure nobody in this room vapes or smokes. You want to know what you're really addicted to? If you have clients that do this, because nobody in here does this, but if some of you do, and if you have clients that do, let me tell you something. I do not believe for one moment that nicotine is addictive. I don't believe so at all. Cocaine is addictive. You stop, you get sick. Caffeine is addictive. You stop, you get sick. Alcohol is addictive. You stop, you get sick. Cigarettes, you stop and you eat. You don't get a headache. You don't get sick. You don't get the flu. You don't get any physical withdrawal symptoms. One of the smartest things in the world that tobacco companies ever did was put on the label, cigarettes are addictive. Because now, well, they're addictive. It's a hypnotic suggestion. Here's what you're addicted to, or they are addicted to. And I want you to do it with me. You have your virtual cigarette. It's Amsterdam, whatever kind of cigarette you want. You have your virtual cigarette, and if you're under 16, don't do this exercise. You have your virtual cigarette, and I want you to do this with me, and I want you to do this the way smokers do it. They light it, and they go, and then they go, and then they hold it at the top. Who feels better? Do you? That's what they're addicted to. That's it. That's the feeling they're addicted to. The cigarette companies have managed to link that disgusting smell and that awful taste and that gross reality to a physiological response that you can create for free. And they've made billions of dollars and killed millions of people. It's phenomenal. So if you're invited to speak, I mean, I do feel like I might need somebody to come. I know I might. Who's ready for 15 minutes up here? Will I just run and take care? Yeah, well, we'll see. But the minute you find out there might be envelopes under the chair, the minute somebody says, hey, could you come up and present, the first thing you do is deep breathing. Go do Niraj's quest. Like, go do some breath work. Open up your lungs. You will change the way you feel. Second thing, imagine it going well. Whoever came with this idea, like, well, just picture the audience naked. Don't do that. Just don't do that. But you can picture them laughing. You can picture warm love and smiles, and then you will calm down. And then the next thing you do is know what you're doing. You see, it's not that, well, let me ask, how many of you, you're asked now to do a presentation? Maybe it's a TEDx talk, or you're going to speak at a Supercoach event, or you're going somewhere to speak. How many of you start planning it out, and you write out the script, and you're so excited about writing out your speech? Who has ever done that, written it out? Never do that again. You see, it's not that we're not good at writing speeches. It's not that we're not good at this. It's that we're bad at it. Because in school, they taught us this broken system. If you write out your speech, here's what's going to happen. You're going to speak in written words. And nobody does that. Nobody does that. They don't do that. Nobody talks like that. I will now speak in only complete sentences. I will make sure that I turn my head with each one. I will make sure that there are commas and semicolons for all the various things that might happen. And no, nobody talks like that. They start a sentence, they stutter a little, then they don't finish this sentence, and then they move on to the next one, and then they change their mind and they go in a different direction, and that's authentic. If you speak in perfect sentences, you will sound fake. Well, we can talk a little bit more about that later. But the point is that if you write it out, you will speak in unnatural rhythms, but also you will try to remember it that way. You will try to remember the speech. And listen, unless you're Bernard or one of Bernard's students, he's going to, like the acting and all that kind of stuff, like in your memorizing scripts and so forth. Like unless you have that skill, I want you to think how hard it is to memorize an hour's worth of speech before you go on the stage. Think of the memory that is involved in remembering each of those words. But here's the kicker. What if you just were telling 4 stories? Well, they're your stories. You don't have to memorize them. That means you have 4 things to remember. You never write out your speeches. Are you with me? Now, the other thing I want to suggest to you is that the speakers that matter to you, the speakers that have been able to facilitate some transformation for you, the speakers that are able to deliver content in a way where long after the talk is done, you still hear them echoing. You know, how many of you do WildFit, you walk into the grocery store and it's like, I'm in the grocery store with you. Who's had that? Like, oh, Eric said, right? If you are able to deliver content in a way that you're still with the client after, then the client's going to really get some transformation. And those are the speakers that are going to get to you. And I'm going to tell you, those speakers use stories. They don't just lecture at you. I remember speaking at a biohacking conference a couple of years ago, and a really good guy. I like him. He's good. He's solid. He's a good man, good heart, knowledgeable. And he got up for his 30-minute talk. And he said, today I'm going to be sharing with you my 26 favorite biohacking tools in 30 minutes with slides for each one, which means it's a lecture. It's a lecture. And that means you're not going to remember very much about it. You'll remember the first one and maybe the last one, but nothing in the middle. Wouldn't it be better that he picked the 4 or 5 or 3 very best techniques ever and then anchored them in and made you think about it and made you wonder about it? Wouldn't that be better? And so I'm going to give you an example. How many of you guys have done ice baths? Excellent. How many of you would never do an ice bath no matter what I said? Smart people. The rest of you, I don't know what's wrong with you. Ice baths. Jesus, you're not polar bears. Now, what I can tell you is that ice baths do have physiological benefit. There are shock proteins, and I can talk to you about all the biohacking and longevity secrets of your ice bath. But I want to share a different idea with you. You see, because we could all benefit from having more executive function. How many of you wish that you were in more control of you from time to time? Right? Like, there are some things you wish you did a little more often, and there are some other things you wish you did a little less often. Is it true? So I want to talk to you about how that happens, you see, because there's this part of your brain, the anterior cingulate cortex, and I call it the captain. It's the captain. It's the one that says to you, you know, you really should be doing that. But a lot of you've kind of lost respect for the captain. So the captain's like, no, you really should. And you're like, my wife already told me that. You know, I'm not listening to either of you, or husband, as the case may be. But that anterior cingulate cortex, what if there was a way to strengthen it? What if there was a way to strengthen it? And so there's an ice bath. And I say to E, get in that ice bath. And E's like, no way, man. That's cold in there. That's not right. I'm from the Philippines. We don't have ice. I'm not doing that. And so then E's captain says, we're doing it. And the crew's like, no, we're not. And the captain says, take a step forward. crew's like, no, no, no. Has anybody had this experience ice bathing? Yeah. The crew's like saying no, the captain's saying yes, and finally the captain says, get your foot in there. And the crew puts the foot in, they're like, it's not right. I'm not doing it. And then the captain says, get that foot in there. And the foot goes in. And get the other one in there. Foot goes in. And the captain is like a drill sergeant at this point. Get your body in there. And the body goes in all the way to the neck. All the way to the neck. We're getting out. No, you're not. We're getting out. No, you're not. Throughout this entire process, you are flooding that part of your brain with blood. You are strengthening it like a muscle. And the captain is trying so hard, and the crew is trying to resist. And that resistance is what's causing that part of the brain to grow. And then after about 2 minutes, the crew's like, this isn't so bad. Come on, who's had that experience ice bathing, right? And then after 3 minutes, the captain says, all right, you can get out now. What does the crew say? Not yet, sir. I think I'm going to try it out for a little longer. And then finally the crew does get out. And how does the crew feel? Fantabulous. The crew feels fantastic. They feel amazing. They get out and go, that was amazing. That was fantastic. That's great. Maybe the captain is smarter than we thought. And so not only have you sent blood flow to that part of your brain and begun the process of strengthening it, but you have also improved your own self-respect. You have built your self-esteem. Every single time you do something that you know you should do, but you don't want to, you grow. You grow physically and you grow spiritually. And every single time you do something, or you don't do something, I should say, I want to say it like this, thinking about like food and so on. Your body calls out and says, hey, I want that. Whose body sometimes says that? I want that, right? And the crew wants that, right? And the captain says, no, we're not doing it. Same thing happens. The blood flow goes to that part of the brain. It starts to expand it. It starts to grow, and your self-respect goes up. Does this sound good? Do you think this is helpful to know as a coach? Can you see how if you apply it to you, you're going to be able to transfer that to clients? Is it true? And so I want to share this with you because if you put these three things together, you being the example, you getting results for clients, and you becoming comfortable and confident with your birthright, which is to be able to communicate effectively, you will transform your coaching practice beyond anything you can imagine. Being on stage, how many of you are extroverts? And how many are introverts? It's so funny to watch the way the hands go up. It's so funny. How many of you are extroverts? Oh, shoot, dislocated it. Dislocated it again, right? How many of you are introverts? So funny, so interesting. You might think that the stage is the home of the extrovert. Absolutely not. I'm not saying it can't be the home for the extrovert. I'm saying it's not limited to the extrovert. And I'll say there's certain advantages to the introvert. The one problem with the extrovert is the extrovert wants the attention. And in the basic laws of supply and demand, the more available you are, the less demand there is for you. And so the extrovert often runs the risk of being too available and too easy. The introvert sees the stage or the camera as a shortcut to networking so they can avoid social anxiety. I am an introvert. I really am. You don't see it that way maybe. You watch my videos, you think I'm all extroverted. I'm not. I wouldn't say that I'm like terribly shy, but I would say that I do have a low-grade social anxiety. I walk into rooms of people I don't know. It's not super comfortable for me. It used to be even worse. But now I go to any conference that I want. And I say, hey, I can speak. And they put me on stage, and I meet everyone. I want you to think of this in your coaching practice from a marketing perspective. Facebook advertising is amazing. It is, and YouTube advertising is amazing. And there's all these advertising platforms that are amazing. But nothing will ever create a better psychological impact on your prospect than a face-to-face meeting. Nothing will ever do that. Nothing. It's hardwired into your DNA. Nothing will ever create a more impactful memory, transformative conversation than a face-to-face meeting. Trouble is, how many of those can you have in a day? You know, I mean, if you live in Estonia, where everybody lives in basically one big city and you can kind of meet a lot of people, maybe you have 6 meetings a day. Unless you become comfortable and confident in public speaking. Because now I can meet a few hundred people and I can create a deep connection with a few hundred people, and they will remember me, and they will often want to come and meet with me, and they will also be willing to pay a premium to work with me, a premium they wouldn't have paid if they didn't see me on the stage. So this is a skill that you want, and it is your birthright. You were born with it. It's unfortunate that some people trained it out of you. The good news is it can be released. So I want you to imagine there's like Eric 1 and Eric 2. And Eric 1 is, they're both a little, you know, a little uncomfortable out there networking. They're a little uncomfortable with all that. And Eric 1 and Eric 2 decide they're going to do some buddy coaching. We're going to go to this networking event, and we're going to get as many new connections as we possibly can. All right, we'll make it a competition. We'll buddy coach each other, and we'll check in at the end of the trip. Okay, let's go. And Eric 1 goes to that, and he goes to the event, and he's like meeting people. He's like, hey, it's really great to meet you. I'm a coach. I want to make sure you remember me. Okay, make sure that you do that. Okay. Hey, super nice to meet you. Fantastic. Here's my card. I do lots of good coaching. And yeah, excellent, great. And by the way, no, who's over here? Has anybody tried that form of networking a little? Come on, a little. You know, meeting all the people. Eric 1 goes and does that. He comes home at the end of the trip, and he's like, I got 100 business cards. 100 business cards. Eric 2, he went to the event. He got on stage, and he made people think. Maybe he made them laugh. He gave them value. He connected with them. And then he stood beside the stage, or he went out to the author table, or what have you. How many business cards did he get? All of them, or a lot. But even if he got the same number, then we go to the second test. Eric 1, he calls the people that he met. And this is the way the calls go. Hey, hi, it's Eric. We met at the event. Eric, the coach, over by the water cooler. Oh, you're busy now, right? There's no memory. They've met so many people. What happens when Eric 2 calls them? What happens when I call you? I call you. I want you to think about this. It's a week from now. And your phone rings, and it says unknown, and you go, hello, and I go, hey, it's Eric from Mindvalley. What's happening for you? Do you remember me? Yes? Do you suddenly have time to talk? Are you interested? Yes. I want you to know that this accelerates your attraction like you cannot possibly believe. And I'll tell you, it also increases your market value. It really increases your market value. I did this big event in Las Vegas once. And I was doing some coaching consulting work at that stage, and I was looking for clients, and I'd been through that process of meeting somebody, you know, having the initial consulting call and, you know, a discovery call of some kind, and then getting the conversion and hopefully getting clients and what have you. Then I walked on stage, 3,000 people in Las Vegas, and it was a Tony Robbins event. And so I followed directly after Tony Robbins. Try that one day. It's quite an experience. And I got on stage, I did my thing, 3 hours or so on stage. I came off stage, and immediately I'm over here, and this guy walks up and he goes, I want to buy you lunch. And as it turns out, I was hungry. So that was good. So we went and had lunch, him and his partner, and we went out and had lunch. They're his business partner. And they started saying to me, hey, Eric, we really think that you should come and work for us in San Diego. And I know, thank you. I don't want to live in San Diego. I live in the Caribbean, and I think I'll stay there. Yeah, but our company's super exciting. We've got this great website. We have 110 million US visitors a year. And we want you to help optimize the marketing and messaging to those people with your ideas of marketing and inception and all this kind of stuff. And we think you could like totally revamp our whole approach, and it would be incredibly profitable for us and for you. You got to come to San Diego. No, I appreciate it a lot. Thank you for lunch. Would you be interested in consulting? No, I don't want to travel to San Diego. They want me on site. Yeah, it's flying all the time. And then they're like, okay, but if you were willing to do some consulting, right? A possibility question. If you were willing to do it, what would that look like? And I said, well, okay, maybe we could talk about like, you know, a week. And they said, what about a week a month? And I'm like, for how long? And they're like, for 3 months. And I'm like, they're just, you hear they're not here in the know, right? They're just not hearing it. I'm trying to say no. And then I remembered a mentor of mine said to me once, one of the very best ways to say no is to raise your price. Yeah. One friend of mine, I can't remember what the swearing policy is here, but I'm going for it. One friend of mine calls it an asshole tax. You got this one client, you don't want to do business with it. Just raise the price. If they buy it, maybe it's worth it. But I was like, they're not hearing the no. And I'm like, okay, what do you want? They want a week, a month, and we're going to work on the messaging and the marketing, all that kind of stuff. And I figure, all right, I'm going to say no. Now, I want you to remember this is 20 years ago. So I want you to think of the value of $1 20 years ago, all right? I said, all right, it would be $20,000 a week. And they went, okay. And I was like, no. I don't work on Mondays, and I don't work on Fridays. I fly on Monday, I fly on Friday, so it's a 3-day week. And they went, okay. And they got me. But I want you to imagine, what if I had not spoken on that stage and I bumped into them at the Starbucks? And I walked up and I said, hey, I'm a great marketing consultant. They're like, whatever, dude. Right? I mean, it wouldn't have happened like that. It accelerated the process and it increased the value. And then this moves to the next really important point that I want to make for you. Do you sometimes feel like there's something very important that you're supposed to be saying, but you hold it back? Anyone? You're in a conversation and you walk away and you go, oh, I wish I would have said that, right? I want that to stop for you. I want you to learn to trust your speech engine and trust your soul and speak your truth. Your clients and the world have a fundamental attraction to authenticity. You would rather be locked in a room with an authentic enemy than an inauthentic friend. And anybody who's holding back their words is an inauthentic friend a little bit, I'm sorry. And so I'm sitting in my first meeting with this new client, and they're showing me one of their pages, and you can see the stats in real time. Thousands of people are on the page right now, and you can see how they're funneling through the links. And the page is all about how to get a new driver's license. It's all about how to get a new driver's license. They're kind of like a public DMV type service. And it's how to get a new driver's license. And then they're trying to sell car insurance. And I'm like, this is not the right page for that. That's not what they're thinking about right now. I'm in the first meeting I've ever had with this client. I'm like, I don't want to say how obvious this is right now. I'm not saying anything. And they just keep talking. Finally, I'm like, I know that most of your clients are car insurance companies, but I have a question for you. They just lost their driver's license. You don't think they're worried about their credit cards and identity theft? Shouldn't we put an article here about the top 5 things you should do to protect your identity now that your driver's license is gone? And they're like, oh my God. And then on that page with the article, couldn't you now sell LifeLock or an identity protection service? This is thousands of people a minute. That one conversation paid for all of my consulting. That one, because I was willing to trust my engine. And I want you guys to have that same type of confidence, and I hope that I can inspire you to start thinking in that direction. Public speaking can be the single biggest professional and personal upgrade of your entire life. Be heard. Thank you guys very much. Thank you. Thank you so, so much.
It was such a pleasure to watch a master at work. I just sat through that whole thing like, whoa. So good, Eric. Thank you so much. We are going to dance because we need to move our baddies. So energizers, please come up to the stage. And everyone else, get up.
Can I have a mic again? Sorry, so sorry.
He's back. That's
So
okay.
sorry.
You speak
Am
into
I,
that
oh, I
everywhere.
need the mic again.
There you go.
Oh, here. Hi. I'm so interested. You guys never ever go over time on your speeches, ever. Like, don't do that. I ended to the second. It was fantastic. And though, there was something I wanted to share with you guys, and that is that for the incredible impact that I've been lucky enough to have through WildFit Mindvalley, the next thing that I brought to Vision and Mindvalley was speaker training and that sort of stuff. So I've worked with much of the Mindvalley crew and many clients and so on. And once a year, I run a very, very intensive 5-day speaking training. And I'm doing it with Mindvalley this year. So it will be in November. in Miami. It's 5 days. Don't plan dinners. It's intense. But it will absolutely help you to unlock your voice. It will absolutely transform you into a phenomenal storyteller. Again, because it's not so much about learning, it's about unleashing. We only take 50 people at this event. It's very intimate and very private. It's unbelievably intense. And so we wanted to give you guys a QR code so you can find out about it. For those of you who are in speaking and influence mastery, you actually get to deduct that from the cost. So when you go to this page, you'll see the full price. If you're in speaking influence mastery, then you want to go talk to the Mindvalley team, and they can adjust the pricing for you. So I forgot to mention this to you. Now I've officially gone overtime. Get the QR code. Maybe I see you in November.
I don't know how many of you guys know Coach Shui. Do you know Coach Shui? Put your hands up if you do, I'll make a noise. She is one of our fabulous Mindvalley core coaches. She did that course with Eric last year, and she said it was incredible. So if you guys want to do it, it was amazing. Right, energizers. Music, cue music. And everyone get up, off your feet, off your feet. This is karaoke and dancing. So you just follow them. I'm going to stop talking. Blah, blah, blah.
Sorry. Can I get my mic? Can I get my mic? Hello? Do I have my mic? Can I get a handheld? I think I messed up my mic. I am on now? All right, cool. So the idea is, of course, you learn the dance, right? But we can't always dance, right? Sometimes we need to, especially after a talk you just had, we gotta get our voice activated, right? There's some songs that have been written in time that can really feel like they're ours. Of course, artists wrote them with their own heart and their own meaning, but sometimes they feel like ours. There's one song that we all tend to appreciate. It's called Roar by Katy Perry. Do you guys know that? Right. And we don't need you to be performers. Nobody's going to hold on to the mic and sing it into the mic, all right? But we're going to belt it out like we mean it. If you don't know the lyrics, that's why they're going to play back there, all right? What we're going to do is we're going to sing it as loud as powerfully as we can so our roar can be felt in our soul and everywhere else, all right? Is that cool? Can we play? No. Can you go from the beginning? Play from the beginning as loud as possible. Start from beginning, please. Thank you. All right, let's do it.
I used to bite my tongue and hold my breath, scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I said quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice. I let you push me past the breaking point. I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound, like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down.
Everyone's feeling good, energized. Who feels like they could work on their life, but you know, like every area of your life? Who would like to do that this afternoon? Please welcome back to the stage our lovely one and only Ajit.
Thank you. Let's see if I turn it off again. Did I turn it off again? No. Is this on? Yes. Awesome. Oh, thank you. Thank you for making sure I heard it. Welcome, welcome. How's the day going, you guys? Amazing, amazing, amazing. So the next thing that we're going to do is one of the most powerful thing, I think, from a personal perspective and from a coach's perspective, that if you do for yourself or do it for your clients, it will probably be the single biggest thing that you can do. This is the thing that I do with any client that I take on. The first thing that I do, and I can almost correlate every single time, that at the end of our program, that one thing was the one big reason where the first lever was moved, and so the greatest transformation has happened. This is one of those things that when I do it for myself, I have found great success with anything that I ever wanted to achieve. It is one of those things that I have tried with my children, and every single time I've done that with them, they have done things that are absolutely extraordinary and beyond my wildest imagination. Okay? You want to know what that is? That is knowing what you're creating, or knowing what you want to do, or having a goal, having a vision of whatever that is that you want to create. Or what I'm going to show you today is Lifebook. So I'll be teaching somebody else's tool today, which is Lifebook, which all of you know about it, some of you know about it. The reason why we are doing Lifebook is because if you are a certified life coach with us, you are now allowed to teach Lifebook forward after this session. You are still a certified life coach, but you can use Lifebook as a tool. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to show you what Lifebook is in case you didn't know, and then I'm going to show you my interpretation of how I would implement, and then we will go ahead and also do a little bit of practice so we know what we're doing going forward from here on. Right now it's only available to certified life coaches, but of course this tool itself is widely useful for everyone. Now my first iteration with knowing even caring about something that is, let's say loosely call it goal setting, was in the year 2009. 2009, so that's about, 16 years ago or something? So 2008 December, I joined a company called Mindvalley as an intern. Some of you might know the story, right? 2008, I joined as an intern, December. I'm left alone because it's a December break, and as I come back, I'm been assigned to become a manager of the business. I'm going on to become a manager of the business, and then first interaction I have is how I'm told, hey, listen, you're about a few 100,000 short. I go on to achieve it. But later that year, we all go to Bali as a team retreat. This was the first Mindvalley team retreat, or maybe not the first, but like second or third Mindvalley team retreat. And we meet this gentleman called Brian Johnson. Anybody heard that name before? Right? He created something called Philosopher's Notes. And basically it was book summaries for pretty much any great book that you might have read. Amazing individual. And he was somebody that we all looked up to because he was like a person who had taken an exit and now started this beautiful thing called Philosopher's Notes we all loved. Because it was saving us time to actually read the book, because we didn't value books as much at that time, and why you should read the whole thing. But anyways, so we said, all right, this is a great product this guy has created. He's a cool guy. He's retired in Bali, which is like the thing at that time. What's the secret to success? And he says, the secret to my success is I do this thing called goal setting. I, every year, write down a journal where I write down exactly what I want to create in my life. That was my first introduction to goal setting. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. What is goal setting? This is what is goal setting. This is 2009. I'm like 26 or something. And so I'm like, okay, let's try this thing. So I first time in my life started to write goals. And what I recognized is that the more clearer I started getting about my goals, about my visions of whatever that is I'm doing, the easier it became to manifest it. And I found more and more evidence for that the more clearer you say it, the more easier it is for you to get it. The problem with it is sometimes you envision the wrong thing. Sometimes you may climb the ladder on the wrong wall because the information that you take from the world sometimes creates the expression of what you think you should be instead of listening to who you truly are and what's the expression of that it should be. Is it making sense? Right? So I found myself sometimes going, I've achieved this goal that I put out in the world, and I've got it, but why do I hate it so much? Why am I getting to this life that is not even like a life that I desire? Why is it that I'm achieving these goals that are so shallow and they mean nothing to me, even in the journey of when I'm achieving it, but I go, yay, I got it, right? And I realized that while goal setting, while setting the vision, while getting that clarity, while saying all of that is great, often the place it comes from is more important than the place you want to go. Because the alignment of you to your vision is what really creates the joy of creating it and the journey of creating it, the consistency of journey of creating it. So what I found myself saying is three lessons really. First lesson was that don't think of your dreams, write your dreams. Right? Because when you think of your dreams, you may find that they often change. Or they never are complete because they're always the same or some version of the same story that is in your head, but not something that you can kind of say, this is my dream. Right? And that's one thing that I was very guilty of pretty much all of my goal setting times until a couple of years ago. Right? That I would think of my dreams, but I won't write my dreams. But if you don't write your dreams, you often don't know if that is your dream. Second thing is you don't create dreams from input from what the world is saying. You create your dreams, you create your vision by actually discovering within, or what is it that you're looking for. And the third and the most important is the more vivid your vision, the more clear, more precise your dream, easier it is to manifest in your life. So then I started writing very clear dreams. I started writing, I want to be a CEO. I was like 27, 28 years old in a company that I was just starting out, and I said, I want to be a CEO of this company. 2 years later, I was a CEO of that company, right? I said, I want to build a business in a particular way. I want to earn this much money. They became my dreams. They became my reality. What I found is often, like for example, just the most recent example of something that sounds absolutely insane is 3 years ago, I wrote down the vivid vision or reimagined the vivid vision of my company, EverCoach, and said, I would like this company to train over 10,000 people, and I would like to merge it with a larger enterprise. I want to sell it because I don't know if I really want to run the business. And lo and behold, in about a year and a half from then, I had more than 10,000 certified students that had directly or indirectly certified in my way of coaching, and I also merged with Mindvalley. Right? So again and again, repeatedly, I found that if I'm clear in my vision, if it comes from my heart, and if I write it down, it's much easier to actually manifest it. So I started doing this with my clients. The first session that we do, when I go in and say, what are we creating? What's the vision? In 3 years from now, what would success look like to you? In 3 months from now, what will success look like for you? And what I've found, interestingly, is the people who write it down tend to achieve it much faster. People who write it down and are clear about it, know why they're doing it, are vivid about it, tend to achieve it much faster. So I said, okay, does that work for a kid? Because it works for adults, I know it'll work for you. So recently I thought, why not do an experiment with my son right here? Ari, you want to come up on the stage? I want to tell a story about you. Is that cool? Okay. He doesn't know. This is my son. His name is Ari, or Aryan, fully. He's 6 years old, and you know it because he ate lunch, and that's written on his T-shirt. Right? Because we ate with our T-shirt today. So Ari and we were all going on a summer holiday, and we were like, okay, Ari, what's the project that you would like to do? Now, Ari likes telling stories. We were like, okay, so would you write a storybook? Would you like to write a book that becomes like a story? A story that will become a book? He was like, yes, I would love to do that. I was like, okay, so how about we set that as a vision that at my event, you will sell this book to people, right? That's the vision, right? So, yep, I actually bought a copy to show it to people. Too early. So, of course, you know that he's completed that vision, but you need to understand the process of it. So we said, okay, so if that's going to be a vision, what's going to be the first thing that you're going to do? What's going to happen in week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4? What are the things that you will need to learn for all of this? And what is the thing that you'll need to do if you want to, yes, have this book, but you got to sell this book. So how do you sell this book? What are the skills you need to learn for it? And so a 6-week holiday project became a book, and it did become a book because of a vision that was well-defined, that was clear, and there was a dedicated or a set outcome date in a way for that vision to come true, right? So it works. No, let's not throw it. Okay. Cool. Okay, thank you, Ari. That's Ari. That's his book. Oh. Final step of his project is he needs to make an offer to at least, he has to sell 30 of them, so to each one of you. Don't worry, half of it goes into charity, half of it goes, make sure he actually pitches, because sometimes he'll walk up and say, $20 my book. That's not a pitch, right? He actually knows the 3 steps of a pitch, you will see. Test him on it. But the point really that I'm trying to make is it works for anyone and everyone. Because the problem most of us have is not that we can't have what we want, it's because we choose to not define what we want. We choose to change exactly what we said is true and honest to us, but we keep changing it. So the universe is all confused about most of our vision, because they say, yesterday you told me you wanted to be a great life coach, today you're telling me no, business coaching is my stream. They go, I don't know which one you want. For me to manufacture your future, I need time. I need to give you skills. I need to give you experiences. Because I can't just give you what you ask for. That would be too boring. What's the point of living then? Might as well be a robot. Right? The point of life is to experience it. And the universe wants you to have it, but it doesn't know how to give it to you if you keep changing your direction. And the reason you keep changing your direction is because you have never defined your direction with intent, with heart, with your soul, with a sense of clarity. Does it make sense? Yes? You may have taken ideas from people. You may have reflected on somebody's Instagram ad. But have you really asked yourself what you want in the heart of your heart? Have you given yourself the time and space to really discover what will light you up? Have you given yourself permission to say yes, even if it feels impossible? See, the reason why I like Lifebook, the reason why I like any good vision building methodology is they usually say, draw it out 3 years or 10 years out. And the reason why they say 3 or 10 years out is because you can suspend the reality or understanding of reality when something is that far out in your life. Like you will try to make a plan to get something in 6 weeks. Good luck making a plan something out for 3 years or 10 years. You can't make a plan. You can't fall for the trap of the how. You can only focus on the why. You can only focus on the what. And that's how we create future. Because we give ourselves permission to lean into the why and the what and not worry so much about the how, because how changes because of the experience that you're having of life. How is easy. How is, yet a year ago, 2 years ago, the how was, good luck, learn marketing, learn sales, learn this, learn that. Now it is, learn ChatGPT. Get the right prompt. Build a knowledge base. Right? Previously, a few years ago, it was, build a website. That's hard. Hire a team, do this. Now it's like $20 a month, lovable, put it up yourself, just tell it what you need, it'll push it out for you. Right? It's an AI tool. Right? And I'm not promoting AI, it's up to you, whatever you want to do. What I'm saying is life will present the hows much easier than you will ever expect. But we get trapped in the how. We get trapped into, but if I do this, how will I get my first client? Don't worry about it. It will happen. But are you committed to what you just said, or are you going to take the easy path again by choosing to procrastinate? That's the easy path. I'd say, it was not the right niche. It was not the right client. Yeah, but now my mission is different. Your mission's not different. It got hard. That was the test. You just refused to pay the cost. Is this working for you? Do you feel it? Has it happened for you? The no commitment of yes tells me it has happened for you. Like, I don't want to say yes to that shit. Or maybe it's just me. who feels this way for my own purpose. But the point I'm really trying to make is that if you want to create the life that you want to create, let's commit for the next 1 hour or so to really design it. Is that cool? Yes? All right, cool. Awesome. So what we're going to do first is we're going to learn some theory. Okay, this theory, I'll try to make it as less boring as I can, but this is basically how you design a life book. Okay? Is my slides up? Okay, thank you. So there's 4 parts to designing a life book. In case you haven't taken the quest or you still, or have taken the quest but don't remember it, first is premise, second is vision, third is purpose, fourth is strategy. Now you do this across 4 different categories, right? 4? No, 12 different categories. Nobody has done life book here, huh? All right, so there's 4 key areas that we're going to define. First is premise, then there's vision, then there's strategy, and then there's purpose, and then there's strategy. And we'll do across all 12 categories. The reason why there are 12 categories, or you can choose to have as many categories, not officially, because in Lifebook, when you're following Lifebook, you have to do the 12. But in case you're in life, you're like, I don't want to really deal with this category, it's okay. Okay? And the reason why there are 12 categories is because it over-encompasses everything in life. And if you want to create a beautiful life, why ignore anything? Right? The point of building a business is not to just make more money, it's probably to live a purpose and a meaning. And you want to do that so you can be healthy and fit and have all the time for your family and your friends, then why not just include all of it? Why define only for your career? Why define only for your jobs? Or why define only for your health? Why not define it for everything? Because you can have it all. Especially if the timeline is 3 to 10 years. It's long enough time to create anything. That make sense? Say yes? Yes. Awesome. Great. So those are 4 key elements, okay? Premise, vision, purpose, strategy. What does it mean? Premise. Premise means, what do I believe? What do I believe to be true about X? What do I believe to be true about health and fitness? What do I believe to be true about career? What do I believe to be true about money? What do I believe to be true about relationships? Your beliefs often will inform your vision, right? Because if you believe something to be true, you will operate from that reality. These are positive beliefs. Don't think about my blocks in life, right? Those are different things. This is about, what do I believe that, for example, I believe love is available for everyone at all times. Right? If I have that belief, whatever vision I will create, I can create a vision out of, that understanding and the purpose of that. Right? Make sense? Yes? I believe there's abundance for everyone available. Right? What is that belief? What do you really believe? Right? Then comes, what do I want? What do I actually want for myself? Where is the gap? What is it that makes me feel like I'm not fully getting it, not living it the way I want to live? Have it. What is it? Now, some of us do find it really hard to ask for things in life. And my invitation for you, at least for today, for the next hour or so, is to think that what if universe's plan was to give everybody everything that they ever wanted till the time they're willing to do the work for it? What if we lived in abundance? What if all your dreams that you think are impossible are actually really possible? And if we could lean into that? And what if we defined our vision from a place of possibility instead of practicality? Right? How many times have we defined our vision from a place of practicality? My country doesn't have those many millionaires. How can I be one millionaire? Practicality. Possibilities. Why am I limited to my country? Is it making sense? Right? So often we choose practicality because we can make sense of it. Possibility is us saying everything is possible till the time I choose to say yes to it. Make sense, yes? Yes? Cool. Okay. Third is purpose. Why do I want it? This also clarifies often what do you want. Because sometimes when you say, I would like $1 billion, let's say hypothetically, right? I want a six-pack ab. The moment you have to define why do I want it, a lot of times it goes, I don't need $1 billion for that. I don't need a six-pack ab for that. And so you can clarify your own vision to say, oh, if I don't necessarily need it, am I just saying it because the world's telling me and screaming at me that I need this? Or is this actually my vision of myself? You can question it and clarify it. So the why is incredibly important to clarify your vision, right? It also is the key motivator that will keep you stay present to your direction, to your vision, because it is going to get hard. Universe will test you. It will challenge you. It must, because that's where character is created. That's where the discovery within you is made, which says that this should be possible for this person. Make sense? Say yes. Yes. Cool. Can I get a better yes so I know that you're with me? I know it's after lunch. Awesome. Now we're talking. Now this is my group. This is the hard one now, and that is, what do I need to do to get it? Right? This is where the how comes in. Right? You need a strategy for that vision to come true. Now, the good thing about something like Lifebook is it gives you time to come up with that strategy. In the sense of it's not saying it needs to manifest in the next 1 week. Like the strategy for six-pack ab is, yeah, eat better. But you got 10 years. Right? So you got time. You can have a better strategy than saying quit everything right now. You can say, no, I can take the right program. I can hire a coach. If I can't afford a coach right now, maybe I can afford it next year. I can save some money. And I can get to that place. Does that make sense? Yes? Yes. Right? So it gives you that space to be able to create the reality that you want to create. Okay? Cool? Good until now? We understand PVPS? Yes. Awesome. Cool. Now let's talk about the 12 categories. The first category is the category that we'll work on first. It is the most important category. Sorry, not the most. It's a foundational category. All categories are important. First is health and fitness. Because as you may have very popularly heard, a person that doesn't have anything but has health, desires everything else, but the person who doesn't have health doesn't desire anything else but their health be back, right? So health is the foundation. This is the container we get to experience all of it with, right? So if this is not in order, if this is not having fun, if this is not aligned, if it's not living in the best shape, we don't get to experience the abundance, the love, the whatever that is that we want to have in our lives. Yes? Yes. So the body, so health and fitness, first primary discovery. Okay? And we do the 4 categories in that: premise, vision, purpose, strategy. Right? You define it as detailed as you can. Right? You do this with your clients as well. Now, we're not going to build a life book today, by the way. This is a 5-day process. If you want to take somebody through it, you can do it over intensives and however that is your choice. But I'm going to do a brief version of what we can do in a day. Okay? Actually, in less than an hour. So first category is health and fitness. Is to know, okay, what is it that I want here? Right? What is my belief? What is it? What is my vision? What is my purpose? Why do I want this particular way of living or healthy living? And what am I willing to do to get it? And how am I going to get it? Right? Then it's intellectual life. It's like intellectual life is your learning, your experiences of how you grow as a person. Right? And you're answering the same 4 questions across every category. So it's the same question again, which is, what do I believe in? What's my vision? What's my purpose? What's my strategy? All right? Then is emotional life. How is it that I want to live? What do I want to feel every day? How do I want to feel every day? Right? And you're answering the same question: premise, vision, purpose, strategy. Character. Who am I? How do I show up? How's my character like? Right? Am I bold? Am I not bold? How's boldness actually defined for me? All of that stuff. Right? What's your character? How confident I am? How do I feel? Do I like big groups? Do I not like big groups? Whatever that is. A character. What's your character like? Spiritual life. What is it that I want my spiritual life to look like? Am I going to retreats? Am I hosting retreats? Am I doing more meditative work? Or am I doing more intellectual work, more mental work? Or am I just doing fitness work? Whatever that is. What does your spiritual life look like? Right? Then comes the next category, which is for relationship. For relationship, there is love relationship. You have a partner, or you choose to want to have a partner, or you choose to not want to have a partner, whatever that is. Your definition of love relationship. What is it that you want? What do you believe in? What do you want? Why do you want it? And what will you do to get it? Then comes parenting if you're a parent or wants to be a parent, right? Same definition and same understanding. Then it's social life. How are your friendships? People that you hang out with. Same 4 questions. All right? Oh, I think the slides are not updated. But next overall category is money, work, and contribution. And in that, the question is financial life. What do you believe about this? What do you want? Why do you want it? And what will you do to get it? Okay? So you will see it's a very repeatable pattern till the time you know the categories. Career, same 4 questions, same 4 sense of clarities that you get with your client. Becomes clearer and clearer. Now, think about a person who is going through this process. So much they have to kind of go, what do I want? What do I believe, first of all? What do I even want in this? Do I even know what I want? Am I even clear? Do I think I can get it? Like, what's my belief system around it? It is a sense of clarity that a person achieves that is almost undeniably one of the greatest strengths they will ever have. Right? It is at least true for my personal clients. Like I said, it's not that I do life book with everyone, because that could be a little too much for especially business clients of mine. But there's absolute certainty that there's no way I'm starting to work with a client if I've not done a deep enough clarity process, that's always the first step that I do with anyone that I coach with. It's like, all right, let's first find out what is it that we're even trying to do. What does success look like for us? Right? There's a payoff category, which is the quality of your life, is to say, okay, what is it that the quality of my life looks like at this point, right? And then lastly is the life vision, is to say, what's the vision of my life? It's an integration of everything that we have done until now to be able to define that this is what life would look like. Cool. I skimmed through it really fast, but I think they're pretty obvious, yes? Cool? Okay, cool. And you will have this presentation anyways in your membership. Something's up with my glasses, yeah. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to do my own iteration of how I would facilitate it if I had only one session, because that's all I can do here, right? We have about an hour together, and in that actually we don't even have an hour together. I think we have like 45 minutes together. In that, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to facilitate one more kind of hard, a little bit more deeper than what we did in the morning, so you can get to a place where you are listening. Instead of you listening to the outside world, you're listening to the inside world, okay? Because the key differentiator for me in somebody being able to chase a vision for a long period of time is where that vision came from. If that vision came from because you were seeking approval of other people or because somebody else told you it's right, it is short-lived usually. You change directions many often when that happens. But if that vision comes from within you, you tend to have a greater push through challenges, greater energy to pursue it every day because it comes from the right place, right? So my intention would be that it's about 25 minutes that we will be in that meditation, so it's a little bit longer. We're going to start with the same way like we started last time, and I'm going to take you down 10 to 1, take you to connect with the universe. What's going to be different is you're going to enter your heart space and you're going to meet an entity. This entity is your infinite self. And you're going to have a conversation with them. And this conversation will be a download of everything that may be present to you from a place of possibility, but also from within instead of an external force. Right? That make sense? Right? So you'll be interacting with this entity, and I will guide you to have the answers across all 12 categories. Okay? Then I'll bring you back to this space. Hopefully, all of you have some way to write whatever happens next. Right? Some way to write, not necessarily talk, but if possible, write. Do we have notepads or phones or something, or laptops? Right? You're going to need that after that work. Okay? So we're going to write it out because we want to write it out, right? And then it will be for you to decide how you want to take it and make it a life vision of yourself, right? From there on. Does that sound okay? Sound fair? Yes? All right. But before we do that, let's do one thing. Let's get queued up for our song so we can move a little bit, because I can see that some of you are feeling the heat like I am. So let's get up on our feet. And team, if we can play Can't Stop the Feeling. I know I didn't notify you about this. Yes, you can. Kids can always come up. And the adults can also if they want. All right, thank you.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric, baby, when I turn it on. All through my city, all through my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet, that hot blood in my body. It but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move where you already know, so just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling. Yeah. So keep dancing. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you, so just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say.
Amazing. Thank you for playing along. How good is that to just kind of move a little bit sometimes, right? Sets us up in the right way, right frequency. And you all caught on to this dance so fast. Usually it takes a little bit of effort, but you're like, all right, give it to me. All dancers in the house. All right, are we ready to go deep again? Yes? All right, so team, if we can also soften the lights of the house if that's possible. I know I'm asking for something I didn't ask before. If you can soften the lights, that will be helpful. And close your eyes. Put your feet on the ground, palms facing up. If possible, both of your feet on the ground. We can start the music. Take a deep breath in. Breathe out from your mouth. Deep breath in through your nose. Out through your mouth. Deep breath in through your nose. And out through your mouth. As I count you down from 10 to 1, you'll find yourself getting more and more relaxed. 10, relax your feet. 9, relax your thighs, your feet, your legs. 8, relax your abdomen. 7, relax your shoulders, your chest. 6, relax your hands, relax. 5, relax your neck. your jaw, your ears. 3, relax your eyes. 2, relax your head. Relax. 1, find yourself completely relaxed. Relax. Relax. Now see the infinite universe sending a beautiful white light through the infinite, through your head, through your body, going across your body, and then going on to earth. See this white light connect you through your palms, through the universe, through this one infinite source of light, this one source of consciousness, this one source of love. See yourself connect. Feel the infinite going through your head, into your body, through your body, through the earth, connecting you from above and below to the infinite. Feel the consciousness. Feel the one energy. Feel the universe connecting. Feel the awareness of the universe going through your head, going through your body. Feel it. Feel it. See this connection bonding stronger and stronger. Feel the energy going through you, pulsating through your body. Feel the source. Feel one consciousness. Feel the universe. Feel it. Feel it. Yes. Let it take over your body. Let it take over your mind. Let it take over your soul. Find consciousness going through you. Find the infinite going through you. Find love going through you. Feel all of it. Feel the sensations. Feel the energy. Feel the connectedness. infinite is always there for you. It is always connected with you, but in this moment, it is pulsating through you. You can feel the full experience. You can feel the connectedness. You can feel the light. You can feel the love. Now bring your attention with all that love, all that infinite to your heart. See your heart. See the light in your heart. Feel the joy in your heart. Feel the connectedness in your heart. And as you bring more attention to your heart, what you may notice that there is a doorknob that is right there that you can almost reach. Go ahead, reach that doorknob. You can now open that door. This is a door to infinite. As you walk through this door, you see infinite. You see the infinite that expands to beyond. We are always connected to this infinite, and that infinite is always within us. And as you walk past that door and you step into the infinite, you may notice that far away there is an entity, there's a being, there's a thing. It may look like an animal, it may look like a human, it may look like just light. It may look like anything. This being is walking towards you, and you start walking towards the being. You notice that this being is a representation of your infinite self. The representation of everything that is possible. Everything that is possible for you, for your reality. Notice that you can speak the language of infinite. They may speak English, they may speak something else, but they speak. They may be telepathically starting to communicate with you. So go ahead and give them a warm hug. Welcome them. They embrace you, and you embrace them. They're here for you. They're here for you to ask anything from them. They have all the answers that you seek. For today, we'll ask them about our vision, about our future, about what is possible in the near and distant future. They're here to answer anything that you may ask, but for now, we'll ask them about the 12 different categories of Lifebook. You may start by asking, hey, tell me about how my health and fitness looks like. How does it look like in 3 years, 10 years? How's my health? How's my fitness? Ask them to show you. Make it visual. Make it real. They have tremendous power. It's almost like magically a movie screen appears and they're showing you your health and fitness. You can almost touch it. See what they have to show you. Ask them, how does my intellectual life look like? How am I learning? How am I growing? Who am I hanging out with that is growing me intellectually? Ask them how my emotional life is looking like. What kind of emotions do I experience more often? How do I experience them? Ask them how my character looks like. Ask them to show it all to you. Ask them, how's your spiritual life looking like? How's love? How's parenting? How are my friendships, my relationships, my social life? How's money? How's financial life? How and what is my career? What's the quality of life that I get to live? What is my life vision? Now ask them to take all of those categories and present a beautiful movie that shows all of it as if it was real. As if it is already true. As if it has already happened. See it. See it. Let this movie play in front of you. See for yourself what your life looks like. Each element of your life looks like, played out in front of you like a beautiful movie. Cherish this beautiful movie. See your future. See your future. You know what's fun? Your infinite self has so many powers. Your infinite self says, hey, why just see your future? Why not be in it? It says, welcome. And it holds your hand and takes you inside this movie. Walk with your infinite self into this movie. Go ahead, take that step forward. As you walk into the movie, you feel your future. You can hear everything. You can see everything. You can smell your future. You can experience your future. Step into this movie and experience your future. Experience it. Let this experience take over. Listen to this future deeply. Listen. What are the sounds that you hear? What's the music that you hear? What are the words that you hear? What is the noise that you hear? Hear it. Smell. What are the smells that are there of love, of the career, of the rooms you may be speaking at? What do you smell? The foods that you eat, the life that you get to live. Go further and taste your future. Feel this reality to be true. Take a step further. Eat the foods that you want to eat. Taste your future. This future is no longer a movie, it is a reality. Experience this reality. Experience it. Experience this reality. Capture it. Capture it in your soul. Capture it in your heart. Capture this experience and lock it in. Anchor it. Feel all of it. All of it. Bring all of this experience to your body. Experience all these feelings, all this experience, the taste, the smell, as if all real right now. Let your body experience it. What your soul knows to be true, let your body feel that truth. Let your body experience all of it. All of it at the same time. Let it take over. Let it become you. Let it become your now. Go beyond this experience. Go to the spiritual realm and let those codes be downloaded into your soul. These are codes. Your future is coded. Let that code be in your bones, in your soul, in your body, in your spirit, in everything. Download these codes. Let them be in your soul. For your future is now. Everything that you ask for, everything that you need to know, Everything that you need to be now is downloaded as codes in your soul, in your body, in your beingness, in your spirit. The future starts today. Your vision manifests today. These codes are now with you. They are forever with you. The experience is with you. It's forever with you. You know exactly what your future is looking like, and you know it is coming true. Your infinite version is watching you joyously as you downloaded all that future into your present self, as you become the future. Embrace your infinite self. Thank them to give you this experience today. Embrace them. Give them a warm hug and know that they're always there for you. They'll always be waiting for you. They'll always be present for you. Thank them for this experience. Give them a warm hug. Let them know you'll see them again. Now go ahead, walk back out that door, and as I count you through 10 through 1, you'll find yourself knowing, experiencing, keeping these codes with you forever and ever and ever. Knowing that truth, I'll bring you back to this world in this moment. 10, 9, 8, 7. As I will say 1, you will find yourself wide awake. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eyes open, wide awake, present in this moment. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm going to give you about 7 minutes or so to be able to take whatever that is that you need to write down, settle in with, experience, whatever that is, all right? For 7 or so minutes. For 7 or so minutes. All right, so team, if we can just play some meditative music on the background now. Thank you. Go ahead, take your time, take your space. let's take another minute and wrap our thoughts for now. Okay, final minute. All right, shall we wrap it for now? I know some of you are still writing. Just want to make sure that we feel like for now we can call it complete, yeah? Yes? Yes. Mostly? All right. Okay, E is definitely done. Like, shut up. Awesome. How was that experience for us, yeah? Good, good. Lukewarm, not so sure. How was the experience? Awesome. You know, after you do meditations, a lot of times you have to wake people up. It's like, all right, back to planet. Come back here. We are here now. Awesome, awesome, great. So how do we take this forward, right? That's a good question to ask ourselves. Okay, fine, I know the Lifebook model. What you just experienced is an adaptation of it. If I had to do something in like 30, 40 minutes, I had to get something out. This is probably a version of it. It probably is not enough time for each category. It probably wasn't enough time to get the full download. But it is something, right? You can adapt it the way you want. And the ideal outcome that you want for yourself is as much clarity as you can possibly get. As much details, more vivid it is, the easier it is for you to really realize it. Because then you know, you are not disoriented with every distraction, you're not disoriented with every change in society, you're oriented towards what is true for you. So the point of doing all of it, the point of taking it to the level of Lifebook is so you don't disorient yourself and don't get distracted. Sounds fair? Right? So adapt it the way you want to in your own reality. That's the permission you have, because it'll depend on if you want to do it as intake, you could do that. You'll be like, hey, listen, we want to, before you even come on, I want to do one day intensive, we want to do a Lifebook with you so we know where we are going, and then we get into coaching, right? Because this is a tool for your coaching you can use now, right? We have the permission from the company Lifebook for it, which is why we are sharing this. You could break it down into individual categories. You could say, hey, listen, we don't have to do the whole thing. Let's just do career. Because let's say you're a career coach. Like, hey, we need to know where you are going in career for us to be able to actually get you there. Let's just focus on career. Let's just focus on health and fitness. Let's just focus on money, whatever that is for you. That is what you can do. You can adapt it to make it just one day event to say just one category. That's enough. And that's enough clarity for you to be able to move towards creating that outcome for your clients. That's what we do. Like, for example, like I was saying, for the matter I do for businesses, often is the first day, it's usually 2 days, where we just find clarity. What are you even creating? Right? And you'll be surprised to know how many people don't know what they're creating, even if they're large businesses. Doesn't matter how big the business is. They got there and they lost their way at some point. Now it's just autopilot. So they don't even know where they're going at this point. And that clarity is worth the year's money. Because then they finally go, oh, that's where I'm going. Now I have a new vision. Now I have a new direction. Now I know what I'm doing. And so I can actually do it. Right? I'm more excited about my business. Right? Same is true for individuals. Same is true for relationships. If your relationship feels a little lost, if you feel lost in a relationship or your clients feel lost in a relationship, a good idea is to define, what are we even creating? What does this relationship look like 3 years from now, 10 years from now? Right? It changes the dynamic completely. So the invitation is to take this training and use it what feels fit. It's a good way to get your clients to go from, I don't know what I'm creating, or shooting the shit in every coaching session, to going, this is what we are creating and let's create it together. Right? So it's a model for you to adapt from. You can also use it as, actually teach as a complete Lifebook. You are not a Lifebook partner, but you're allowed to have design Lifebook for people or with people. To be able to say, okay, we are going to use the Lifebook methodology. Of course, you'll credit it rightly, which is the Lifebook methodology by Mindvalley. Lifebook methodology, you can use it. Let's create a Lifebook for you. This might itself be a 2-3 day work that you can do with your clients. These are just options that have opened up for you starting today. We will upload this into the membership for you to be able to use it. And then you can also once you've designed the life book with them, just make it an accountability coaching if you feel like that's right for you next. Okay, cool? Right, and then you can price it the way you want. Yeah, cheers? Cool, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. We should probably send that to John and Missy. Apart from that, what also is possible now, or at least my invitation for you to consider for now, is consider using tools like artificial intelligence for it, right? So I saw some of you were very smart. You were using your phone to dictate what was downloaded to you, because it's actually really hard to keep up with our minds, right? A lot of times what you're thinking, what you want to write, by the time you write it, it's already too late because the next idea has already come. But you can speak your vision a lot more easily, especially after a download, right? And because you can speak your vision, you can just speak it and let it organize it for you. It's not nearly as powerful as you writing it, but at least it's out of your system and you have it somewhere. Now you can choose to maybe make pictures around it or however you want to adapt it to make it more experiential, right? Because the challenge that we have with artificial intelligence is it's not experiential, it's not human. It doesn't feel right. It can sound right, but it often doesn't feel right because we didn't put any effort into it. And the good thing about us as coaches, and why coaching I think has a bright future irrespective of whatever AI does, is AI is not about, because coaching is not about how much more you can do. If you really think about it, coaching is about restraint. Coaching is about what you shouldn't do, right? If you think about it, that's what being human is. Human is not about what's more. When we have that, what happens? We are overwhelmed, we are distracted, we are confused. We don't enjoy life, we hate it. We are more anxious then. We're not less anxious, we are not more happy, we are less happy, right? We read these studies every day, right? The most successful people are so unhappy. Well, because more doesn't make you happy. What makes you happy is what makes you happy. And to find that, it's a lot about restraint. It's a lot about what not to put on the table. A great meal is not the buffet. It's fine dining. It's not how much you can order. It's about what you choose to order and then cherish it, right? And that might be a challenge when you're doing the talking to AI thing, but it is a start in case you need a start, right? So invite yourself into that dialogue as well as to where is my coaching experience and what is my coaching experience and how I want to bring it to the world in this context or container. I also say this is because when you have your vision, and if I hope that the process we went through, you only got honest answers, but sometimes we get lots of answers and we want to have it all, right? And that actually corrupts our experience. It doesn't enhance it, right? So choose what you want to be in the next 3 to 5 years to 10 years. Cool? How does that sound? Does that sound good? Cool? Awesome. Thank you very much, and I will have Alisa come back, huh? But before we come back, should we just like belt it out one time? Just kind of like, let's belt it out, all right? Can you put up roar again? And so we can roar our future right now. It'll be kind of nice because we've been sitting, and I know it was a good, immersive, deep experience, hopefully. Let's belt it out, all right? Let's get roar up. Let's sing it. Let's sing it out loud like we mean it. Yeah, come on. You don't have to ask. All right, let's sing it like we mean it because we are choosing to have our vision, right? Let's sing it like we're bringing the vision to reality. All right, let's go.
So I said quietly, agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice. I let you push me past the breaking point. I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound, like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, 'cause I've had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger, fighter, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and fly, stinging like a bee. I earned my stripes. I went from 0 to my own hero. You held me down, but I got up. Already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound. Like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, 'cause I've had enough. I see it all, I see it now. I got the eye of the tiger, fire, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. You're gonna hear me I got the eye of the tiger, fire, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me You're gonna hear me You're gonna hear me roar.
Oh, so good. So good. Guys, so I have to tell you, when Ajit was doing the meditation, towards the end, I was a little bit naughty and I opened my eyes and I was just gazing out of this sea of you. And it was so beautiful. I literally didn't want to shut my eyes again because it was so beautiful just to witness you. Like, witness what happens, witness who we are when our minds aren't telling stories about this and that and, you know, like bringing us down. It was just pure beauty. And what was so lovely is I also did a second naughty thing, which is I didn't write down whatever Ajit told us to do. And I felt called to open something on my phone. And when I opened it, the first line said, "I see God everywhere." And I just thought, wow, that is exactly what I just saw. That's exactly what I just witnessed. Just this sea of beauty and love and peace and calm and possibility. Such privilege to witness. So we would love to get some experiences, just like what have you felt today? What shifted for you? What's moved? What have you been inspired by? How many calories have you burned? Tell us. Don't tell us that. Can we get just a couple of volunteers? What's moved you today? What door of possibility has opened up that wasn't possible when you walked into the room this morning? How do you feel differently about yourself? Who's going to do it? This lady. Give her a round of applause. She's totally brave.
I guess I'm here out of my comfort zone, but definitely clarity, and it's been a true blessing.
Hold it a bit closer, there we go.
It's been a true blessing for me to be here, and definitely a lot more clarity. But yes, I'm just very happy to be here, and clarity. That was my gold nugget.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Okay, this guy.
Here I am doing what's brought me clarity is the public speaking with Eric. That was just fantastic. That we're all natural speakers is just friggin' amazing. So thank you all for listening. That's it.
And we'll have one more before we wrap up. Okay, we have a lady on the mic.
Hi, I'm Juliette from London. I really resonate with what Ajit said this morning, and I needed to hear it because I'm fine in my life and I'm okay, but I reach a plateau and I'm like, what's next? And so thank you very much, and it's lovely to connect with all of you. So see you tonight at the party.
Something that we forget is that when we have no story about who we are just pure possibility. That's it. Everything is available. We can create anything that we want. We just have to stop listening to the stories that tell us otherwise. So, here is a great story. You're going to be going to a party tonight. Does everyone know about the party? Yeah! Okay. So your details will have been emailed to you. However, it's going to be at Edmeades, which is an incredible venue. Who's been to a Mindvalley party before? Okay. They are the bomb, so you definitely want to go. Does anyone say the bomb anymore? I'm showing my age. I'm totally showing my age. Yeah, I know. Okay. He does, great. So it's at 8:30. It goes on till 2 a.m. Bear in mind, if you do stay till 2 a.m., you're going to be getting up early because we start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. So, but who cares, right? You only live once. Just stay till 2 a.m. Have the best time. If anyone needs any more details, check your email. It will all be in there. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you to all of our wonderful, incredible speakers. Thank you to all of you for just giving it everything. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Side note. All right, quick side note, because I know some of you want to take photos. Let's do it here so we can all chill at the party. So if you're like, hey, Ajit, I want to take a photo with you, don't come to me at the party. Not because I don't want to take it with you, because it's bad lighting. I don't look good, and I always look good. I don't want you to look good. I mean, I want you to look good. And you won't look good, and we don't want that, right? So we want, if you want to get a photo, let's get a good photo. So let's get the photo here. Okay, it's a very well lit stage. If you want to take a photo, let's take it here, and then at the party we can just chill and hang out. Okay, cool? So that way we are done, and then tomorrow also nobody needs to take selfies, okay? So if you want to take a selfie, let's do it right now so we're done, and we are happy, and we can just happy and talk and stuff, you know? Cool, awesome. Yeah, that's perfect. Don't worry, it'll be very fast. We are very efficient people.